They say the human body has a way of knowing things before the brain does. It's that prickle at the base of your skull, the way the tiny hairs on your arms stand up when you're being watched. We call it the creeps or intuition, but really it's a survival mechanism left over from when we were being hunted in the high grass. I never used to put much stock in it. I'm a creature of logic, or at least I was until 3 months ago. My name is Elias. I'm 32, and for the last 5 years I've worked as a freelance architectural photographer. It's a quiet life, mostly spent in empty buildings, waiting for the light to hit a certain angle. Last October, I took a gig that required me to stay in a converted farmhouse in the rural outskirts of the Catskills. The owner, an eccentric guy who lived in the city, wanted a seasonal mood portfolio to list the place on high-end rental sites. The house was beautiful but isolated. The nearest neighbor was a 3-mile drive down a winding, unlit gravel road. I arrived on a Tuesday, just as a cold front was moving in. The air had that sharp, metallic scent of coming snow. I remember unlocking the heavy oak door and feeling a strange sense of intrusion, like I was breaking into a tomb rather than a luxury rental. But I brushed it off. It was just the wind whistling through the eaves of an old house. I set up my gear, made a pot of coffee, and settled in. The first night was silent, too silent. If you've ever spent time in the deep woods, you know that true silence doesn't exist. There's always the rustle of leaves, the scuttle of a nocturnal animal, the hum of insects. But that night the woods were dead. I went to bed around 11:00 p.m., falling into a heavy, dreamless sleep. I woke up at exactly 3:14 a.m. I know the time because the red digits of the bedside clock were the only thing visible in the suffocating darkness of the room. I was lying on my side, facing the window. I felt a sudden, sharp chill, not the kind you get from a drafty window, but a localized cold, right against the back of my neck. And then I heard it. Hela. It was a soft, wet intake of breath. It was so close that I felt the faint movement of air disturb the fine hairs on my nape. My heart didn't just race, it slammed against my ribs like a trapped bird. I stayed frozen. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I waited for the sensation of a hand or the sound of footsteps retreating on the hardwood floor. Nothing. I eventually mustered the courage to whip around and fumble for the lamp. The light flooded the room, yellow and harsh. The room was empty. The door was still locked from the inside. I checked the closet, under the bed, and even the hallway. I was alone. I told myself it was sleep apnea. I told myself I'd had a vivid hypnagogic hallucination, a common trick of the mind when you're stressed and in a new environment. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, but I managed to convince myself I was being a coward. The next morning, the sun made everything seem ridiculous. I spent the day shooting the great room, focusing on the way the light hit the exposed beams. I felt productive. I felt sane. I even laughed at myself while eating a sandwich in the kitchen. "You're a grown man, Elias," I muttered, scared of your own breath. But as the sun began to dip below the tree line, that logic started to fray. The shadows in the farmhouse grew long and distorted. I found myself checking the locks twice, then a third time. I left every light in the house on. That night, I decided to sleep on the sofa in the living room. It was backed against a solid stone wall. I figured if I couldn't have anyone behind me, I'd feel better. I wrapped myself in a heavy wool blanket and drifted off into a fitful doze, the TV humming quietly on mute to provide some flickering light. I woke up again in the middle of the night. The TV had gone to a black screen. Some power flicker must have reset the input. The room was bathed in the dim, gray light of a moon obscured by clouds. I was warm under the blanket, but the back of my neck was ice cold. Hela. There it was again, closer this time. The sound was distinct, a rhythmic, heavy respiration. It wasn't my own breathing. I was holding my breath so hard my lungs burned. This was deeper, more guttural. It sounded like someone was leaning over the back of the sofa, their face inches from my skin. I didn't turn around this time. I couldn't. A primal, paralyzing terror took hold of my limbs. I realized something then that shattered my hallucination theory. I could smell it. It didn't smell like a person. It smelled like wet earth and old, stagnant water. It was the smell of a cellar that hadn't been opened in 100 years. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for morning. Every few seconds I felt that puff of air. Haya, haya. It was patient. It wasn't trying to scare me, it was just there. It was existing in the space where nothing should be. I must have passed out from pure nervous exhaustion because I woke up to the sound of a bird hitting the window pane. It was 7:00 a.m. I scrambled off the couch and looked behind it. There was a gap of maybe 3 inches between the back of the sofa and the stone wall. Not enough for a person to stand. Not even enough for a dog. My hands were shaking as I packed my camera bags. I didn't care about the portfolio anymore. I didn't care about the deposit. I just wanted to get to my car. As I reached for my tripod, I noticed something on the stone wall, right where the back of my head had been resting. A small, damp patch. It was a faint circle of moisture, about the size of a human mouth, slowly evaporating on the cold stone. I didn't take the stairs, I practically fell down them. I grabbed my keys from the kitchen counter and headed for the front door. But as I passed the basement door, a heavy wooden thing with a simple iron latch, I stopped. The latch was vibrating. It wasn't a violent shake. It was a subtle, high-frequency tremor, as if something on the other side was pressing its forehead against the wood and humming. I stood there, paralyzed, my hand on the front door handle. I should have left. I should have just walked out. But the human brain is a traitorous thing. It demands closure. "Hello," I whispered. My voice sounded thin and pathetic in the high-ceilinged room. The vibration stopped instantly. The silence that followed was heavy, like the air had suddenly become denser. Then, from the other side of the door, at exactly the level of my own face, I heard a sound that made my knees give way. It was a mimicry of my own voice. "Hello," it whispered back, but the tone was wrong. It was flat, toneless, and accompanied by that same wet, heavy intake of breath. "Haya." I bolted. I didn't lock the house. I didn't grab my coat. I threw my gear into the trunk of my Volvo and floored it down the gravel driveway, the tires spitting stones like bullets. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I reached the main highway. I drove 3 hours straight until I reached a crowded diner in a busy suburb. I sat there for 4 hours, drinking coffee and watching people, just to prove to myself that the world was still full of solid, noisy, living things. A week later, I called the owner to tell him I couldn't finish the job. I made up some excuse about a family emergency. He was quiet for a long moment on the other end of the line. "Did you stay in the master bedroom?" he asked. His voice was cautious, devoid of its usual arrogance. "No," I said. "I stayed in the living room. Why?" "Nothing," he said quickly. "It's just the previous tenants. They mentioned a draft, a cold draft that followed them. I've had the HVAC looked at 4 times. They can't find anything." I hung up. I didn't tell him about the breath. I didn't tell him about the damp spot on the wall or the voice behind the door. I'm back in my apartment in the city now. It's a modern building, all glass and steel, surrounded by the constant roar of traffic and sirens. I should feel safe. But every night when I lie down to sleep, I position my pillow so that my back is pressed firmly against the headboard. I make sure there is no space, not even an inch, between me and the wall. Because 2 nights ago I was sitting at my desk editing photos in the dark. The room was silent, and then I felt it, a faint, cold movement of air against the back of my neck. I haven't looked back yet. I'm too afraid that this time, if I turn around, I won't see an empty room. I'm afraid I'll see whatever it is that has finally caught up to me, waiting with its mouth open, ready to take its next breath. Don't ignore that feeling at the base of your skull. Don't rationalize the chill, because sometimes the thing you feel behind you isn't just your imagination. Sometimes it's just waiting for you to notice it's there. And once you notice it, It never has to leave. The silence of my apartment, which I once viewed as a sanctuary of urban minimalism, has become a suffocating shroud. In the days following that first chilling sensation at my desk, the geography of my home transformed. It was no longer a floor plan of rooms and hallways. It was a map of vulnerabilities. I found myself obsessively checking the seals on the windows and the weather stripping under the door, desperate to prove that the cold air I felt was merely a structural flaw, a physical reality I could fix with a trip to the hardware store and a caulking gun. But logic is a flimsy shield against a haunting that follows no physical laws. I tried to lose myself in work, staring at the high-resolution images from the farmhouse. It was a mistake. On the third night back, I was zooming in on a shot of the great room, looking for lens flare I might need to correct. As the pixels sharpened at 400%, I saw it. In the reflection of the dark glass of the oven door in the background, there was a shape. It wasn't a person. It was a smudge of gray, a distortion of light that looked like a tall, impossibly thin figure standing just behind the tripod where I had been positioned. My stomach did a slow, nauseating roll. I deleted the file. Then I deleted the entire folder. I emptied the trash bin on my desktop and watched the progress bar slide across the screen, hoping that by erasing the digital evidence, I could erase the tether between that house and my life. That night, the physical manifestations escalated. I was brushing my teeth, the fluorescent light of the bathroom humming overhead. The mirror was slightly fogged from the steam of the shower. As I spat into the sink, I saw a streak appear in the condensation on the glass. It wasn't a random drip. It was a slow, deliberate line, as if a finger were being dragged horizontally across the surface at the level of my throat. I didn't scream. My voice had become a dry, brittle thing tucked away in the back of my chest. I stared at the streak, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. And then the smell returned. That cloying, heavy scent of wet earth and ancient, sunless water. It rose from the drain, or perhaps from the very air around me, thick enough to taste. Haga. The sound was no longer a soft intake of breath. It was a rasp, a dry rattle that sounded like parchment being crumpled. It was right there, vibrating against the skin of my shoulder. I bolted from the bathroom, slamming the door behind me and leaning my full weight against it. My breath came in ragged gasps. I could hear the blood thundering in my ears, a frantic, rhythmic pulse that seemed to sync up with the silence on the other side of the door. I began to realize that it, whatever this entity was, wasn't just following me. It was settling in. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the center of my living room floor, away from the walls, away from the furniture, under the brightest light I possessed. I felt like a castaway on a tiny island of light in a sea of encroaching shadows. I began to research. I spent hours on obscure forums, digging through urban legends and local folklore from the Catskills region. I looked for the breather, the mimic, the shadow in the farmhouse. Most of what I found was the usual internet dross, creepypastas and poorly written ghost stories. But then, on a localized historical society forum, I found a post from 2008. A woman had written about her grandfather, who had been a caretaker for the land before the farmhouse was renovated. He had refused to enter the cellar after dark, claiming that the ground there was thin. He said there were things that didn't have bodies of their own, things that were hollow, and that they survived by stealing the warmth and the voices of the living. He called them the respiring. The post ended with a warning that chilled me to the bone. If you hear them breathe, they have already tasted your air. If they speak with your voice, they are already looking through your eyes. I looked at my reflection in the darkened window of my apartment. My eyes looked bloodshot, sunken into my skull from lack of sleep. But for a fleeting second, I thought the pupils looked too wide, like black ink spills covering the iris. I blinked, and the image returned to normal. The next morning, the phone rang. It was the owner of the farmhouse, Marcus. He sounded different, frantic, his voice pitched an octave higher than usual. "Elias," he said, not waiting for a greeting. I went up there to the house. I had to see for myself after you called. You shouldn't have gone back, I said, my voice sounding hollow and strange even to my own ears. The basement door, Marcus whispered. It was open. I know I locked it. I have the security codes. The alarm never went off, but the door, it wasn't just open. The hinges were melted. Not burnt, Elias, melted, like the metal just gave up. I gripped the phone so hard my knuckles turned white. Did you go down there? I heard you, Marcus said, his voice breaking. I heard you calling me from the bottom of the stairs. You were asking for help. You said you'd fallen and broken your camera. I almost went down, Elias. I was on the first step when I remembered. I just talked to you on the phone. You were in the city. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. The thing in the cellar wasn't just a localized haunting. It was a predator, and it was using my identity as bait. Get out of there, Marcus, I urged. Leave the house, don't look back. I'm already gone, he said. I'm in a hotel in Kingston, but Elias, I can still hear it. I'm in a room on the 4th floor and I can hear someone breathing in the vent. It sounds just like me. He hung up before I could respond. I tried to call him back, but the calls went straight to voicemail. I felt a crushing sense of guilt mixed with a selfish, primal relief. Maybe it had stayed with him. Maybe I was free. That hope lasted exactly 3 hours. I was in the kitchen making a pot of coffee to stay awake when I noticed the silence. The city outside was usually a cacophony, honking horns, the distant rumble of the subway, the shouting of neighbors. But suddenly, it was as if someone had pressed a mute button on the world. I looked out the window. People were moving on the sidewalk below, cars were driving, but there was no sound. Then the floorboards in the hallway creaked. It was a slow, heavy step. Then another, creak, creak. It was coming from the direction of my bedroom. I grabbed a chef's knife from the magnetic rack, my hand trembling so much the blade clattered against the metal. I stood in the kitchen doorway, staring down the dark throat of the hallway. The air began to grow cold, not a breeze, but a deep, structural chill that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. "Who's there?" I shouted. From the darkness of the bedroom, a figure stepped out. It was me. But it wasn't me. It was a version of me made of shadows and gray, translucent flesh. Its limbs were slightly too long, its fingers tapering into points that brushed the floor. It had my face, but the features were blurred, like a photograph taken with a shaky hand. Its eyes were the worst part. They were just empty, weeping holes that smelled of the cellar. It didn't move toward me. It just stood there, its chest heaving in a rhythmic, exaggerated motion. Haga. The sound was deafening now, echoing off the walls of the narrow hallway. It opened its mouth, my mouth, and a cloud of gray vapor escaped. "Hello," it whispered. The voice was a perfect replica of mine, but it carried an undertone of something ancient and hungry. "What do you want?" I screamed, brandishing the knife. The creature tilted its head, a jerky, unnatural movement. It raised a long, spindly hand and pointed toward the back of my neck. "I want to be inside," it whispered. I didn't think. I lunged. I swung the knife with all my strength, aiming for the thing's chest. But the blade passed through the gray mass as if it were nothing but smoke. I stumbled, my momentum carrying me through the entity. The cold was instantaneous. It felt like being plunged into a frozen lake. For a second, my heart stopped. My vision went white. I felt a tugging sensation at the base of my brain, a horrific feeling of being pulled backward out of my own skin. I collapsed on the floor, gasping, my lungs burning as if I'd inhaled acid. When I looked up, the hallway was empty. The sound of the city rushed back in, a siren, a car door slamming, the hum of the refrigerator. I scrambled to my feet and ran to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. I looked in the mirror, terrified of what I might see. I looked the same, but there was a faint, red mark on the back of my neck, right at the base of the skull. It looked like a bruise in the shape of a small, thin hand. I haven't left my apartment since then. I've ordered food to be left at the door, but I haven't opened it until the delivery person is long gone. I spend my days in a chair in the corner of the room where I can see everything. But the problem is the mirrors, and the windows, and the screen of my phone. Every time I catch a glimpse of my reflection, I'm a little bit blurrier. My edges are softening, my eyes are becoming darker, and the smell of wet earth is no longer around me, it's coming from me. It's in my clothes, in my hair, in the very breath I draw. Last night I woke up in the dark. I wasn't in my chair. I was standing over my own bed, looking down at the empty sheets. I realized with a jolt of horror that I wasn't the one breathing anymore. I heard it from the corner of the room, a soft, wet intake of breath. Kayla. I turned and there I was, the real Elias. He was sitting in the chair, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. He was holding a knife, his knuckles white. He looked at me, or where I was standing, and his chest began to heave. "Who's there?" he whispered. I tried to answer him. I tried to tell him that I was the real one, that I was trapped, that the thing from the farmhouse had switched us. But when I opened my mouth, no words came out, only a gray, cold vapor. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to step closer to him, to put my hand on the back of his neck, to taste the warmth of his skin, to breathe in his life until there was nothing left but the cold. I am standing behind him now. He doesn't know I'm here, not really. He just feels that prickle at the base of his skull. He feels the tiny hairs on his arms stand up. He thinks it's his intuition. He thinks it's a survival mechanism. He's wrong, it's not a warning, it's a welcome. I lean down, my face inches from the fine hairs of his nape. I can smell his fear, and it smells like summer rain and hot coffee, all the things I've lost. I take a deep, wet breath. Kayla. He freezes. He won't turn around. He's too afraid. And he should be, because I'm not leaving. I'm never leaving. I'm just waiting for him to notice that I'm the one who's really alive and he's the one who's fading away. Soon, I'll be the one editing the photos. I'll be the one walking the city streets. And he'll be the one in the dark, a smudge of gray in the corner of a mirror, waiting for the next person to walk into a quiet house and feel a draft on the back of their neck. I can feel his heart slamming against his ribs. It's a beautiful sound. It's the sound of a clock ticking down. I lean in closer. "Hello," I whisper with his voice. He begins to cry, a soft, broken sound. I find that I don't mind. The salt in his tears makes the air taste even better. I close my eyes, the holes where my eyes used to be, and prepare to take another breath. It won't be long now. The transition is almost complete. I can feel the warmth of his blood through the air. I can feel the weight of his memories pressing against mine. I remember his mother's face. I remember the smell of his first camera. I'm taking it all. The room is growing darker, even with the lights on. The shadows are stretching out, reaching for him, reaching for me. We are becoming one thing, a tangled mess of light and dark, of breath and silence. And then, the phone on the desk begins to ring. It's Marcus. I know it's Marcus. He's calling from the hotel. He's calling to tell me that the breathing has stopped. He's calling to tell me that he's safe. But he's not safe. None of us are. I reach out a long, gray finger and touch the back of Elias' neck. He shudders, a violent, full-body convulsion. "Don't look back," I whisper. But he does, he can't help it. The human brain is a traitorous thing. It demands closure. He turns his head, the knife falling from his nerveless fingers. He looks straight into my weeping, empty eyes. And for the first time in 3 months, I don't feel the cold. I feel everything. The scream he tried to let out died in his throat, replaced by a wet, bubbling sound that mirrored the one I had made just moments before. As our eyes met, the real, terrified pupils of his world and the bottomless voids of mine, the apartment seemed to fold in on itself. The walls didn't crumble. They simply ceased to be relevant. The glass and steel of the city high-rise dissolved into the gray, porous texture of the farmhouse cellar. For a heartbeat, we were in both places at once. The modern kitchen bathed in the artificial glow of the streetlights and the damp, earthen tomb where the hinges had melted. I felt his pulse, not through my own veins but as a vibration in the air that I could finally grasp. My elongated fingers, those tapering wisps of shadow, began to solidify as they pressed into the soft flesh of his shoulders. The sensation was intoxicating. It was like drinking a gallon of water after a lifetime in the desert. Every ounce of warmth I leached from him made my vision sharper, my limbs heavier, his heart, thud more rhythmically. Elias, the man who was me, the man I was stealing, didn't fight back with the knife. He couldn't. His body had become the anchor and I was the tide. He looked at my face, which was now coalescing into a perfect, high-resolution replica of his own, and he saw the end of his biography. He saw the photos he would never take, the coffee he would never drink, and the woman he would never call. I felt his memories sliding into me like files being transferred to a new hard drive, but they were corrupted by the cold. His childhood dog was now a gray shape in a dark field. His mother's laugh was a rasping intake of air. "Please," he whimpered. It was the last word he spoke with a tongue that had mass. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. I simply stepped forward, merging the space between us until there was no him and me, only a singular, violent point of transition. The room spun. The smell of wet earth peaked, a cloying, suffocating rot that filled my nostrils, and then with a sudden, sharp pop asterisk like a light bulb shattering, it was gone. I stood in the center of the kitchen. The weight of the floor beneath my feet was staggering. I had forgotten how heavy a body felt, the pull of gravity on the muscles, the slight ache in the lower back, the constant, rhythmic labor of the lungs. I looked down at my hands. They were solid. I could see the tiny whorls of my fingerprints, the small scar on my left thumb from a kitchen accident 3 years ago. I reached up and touched my face. It was warm. It was damp with sweat, but it was real. I was back. In the corner of the room, the shadow that had been me was now nothing more than a smudge of gray light, a distortion in the air that looked like heat rising from a summer road. He was translucent now, his edges frayed and flickering. He reached out a hand toward me, a gesture of desperate, silent pleading, but his fingers couldn't even disturb the dust motes in the air. He was the draft now. He was the chill. The phone was still ringing on the desk. I walked over to it, my legs feeling like leaden pillars. Each step was a miracle of friction and bone. I picked up the device. The screen felt slick against my palm. "Elias?" Marcus's voice was a frantic staccato. "Elias, are you there? I think I'm losing my mind." The hotel manager came to the door because someone complained about the noise, and when I looked in the mirror behind him, I didn't have a reflection, Elias. I was just a blur. I looked at my own reflection in the darkened window. It was perfect, sharp, solid. I looked like a man who had finally gotten a good night's sleep. "I'm here, Marcus," I said. My voice was rich and resonant, devoid of the parchment rattle. "I'm here. Everything is going to be fine." "You sound different," Marcus whispered. "You sound calm. How can you be calm?" "I just stopped fighting it," I said, watching the gray smudge in the corner of my room drift toward the hallway. It was moving slowly, instinctively toward the bedroom, seeking a wall to hide against, a headboard to press into. I realized that the fear was the only thing keeping the door open. Once you accept it, the cold goes away. "I can't accept this," Marcus sobbed. "I'm fading, Elias. I can see through my own hands." "Go back to the house, Marcus," I said softly, my voice filled with a strange, predatory empathy. "The cellar, that's where the ground is thin. That's where you can find what you need. You just have to find someone to notice you, someone to listen to your breath." I hung up the phone before he could respond. I didn't feel guilty. Guilt was a warm emotion, and while I had stolen Elias' body, the core of me, the thing that had come from the cellar, was still made of the dark. I was a parasite in a well-maintained host. I walked to the refrigerator and opened it. The light was blindingly bright. I took out a carton of orange juice and drank directly from it. The cold liquid hitting the back of my throat was an explosion of sensation. I could taste the acidity, the sugar, the artificial preservatives. It was wonderful. I laughed, and the sound was so loud in the silent apartment that the gray smudge in the hallway flickered and shrank. I spent the rest of the night exploring my new life. I went through the dresser drawers, touching the fabrics cotton, wool, denim. I sat at the desk and scrolled through the photos on the computer. I looked at the images of the farmhouse, the ones I had supposedly deleted. They were still there, or perhaps I had simply willed them back into existence. I looked at the shot of the great room, at the reflection in the oven door. There was no smudge there anymore, just an empty room. As the sun began to rise over the city, painting the skyscrapers in shades of bruised purple and gold, I felt a slight itch at the base of my skull. It wasn't the cold, prickling fear of the haunted. It was a physical sensation, like a healing wound. I went to the bathroom and turned on the light. I craned my neck to look in the mirror. The red mark, the handprint, was gone. In its place was a small, dark mole that hadn't been there before. It looked like a tiny, closed eye. I dressed in Elias' favorite clothes, a black hoodie and worn jeans. I felt like an actor putting on a costume for a long-running play. I grabbed his camera bag and his keys. The weight of the equipment was comforting. I needed to go outside. I needed to be among the solid, noisy, living things that the real Elias had craved. I wanted to feel the sun on my skin and the wind in my hair. I wanted to see if I could make people notice me. I opened the front door and stepped into the hallway. The air in the building was stale, smelling of floor wax and old cooking, but to me, it was like perfume. I was halfway to the elevator when I heard it. It was a faint sound coming from inside my apartment, a soft, rhythmic creak of a floorboard. Then, the unmistakable sound of a closet door being slid open. I paused, my hand on the elevator button. I could have kept going. I could have left him there to rot in the silence, to eventually dissipate into nothingness. But a part of me, the part that now possessed Elias' memories of loneliness and his deep-seated need for connection, couldn't let it go. I walked back to the door and pressed my ear against the wood. Kayla. It was weak, pitiful, a ghost of a ghost. "I'm going out for a while," I said to the door, my voice low and steady. "I'll be back. I'll always come back. You don't have to worry about being alone." There was no response, only a slight drop in the temperature of the hallway. I smiled. It was a symbiotic relationship now. I would provide the body, the warmth, the life. And he would be the reminder of what happens when you look back. He would be my shadow, my secret, the breathing right behind my neck that kept me sharp, kept me hungry, kept me human. I took the elevator down to the lobby. The doorman, a silver-haired man named Arthur, nodded at me as I passed. "Early start today, Mr. Thorne?" he asked, his voice gravelly and kind. "Something like that, Arthur," I said, stepping through the glass doors and into the roar of the city. "I've got a lot of work to do, a lot of things to see." The sidewalk was crowded with commuters. I plunged into the throng, relishing the physical contact, the brush of a shoulder, the accidental bump of a briefcase. Each touch was a spark. I walked for hours, wandering through Central Park, watching the tourists, the joggers, the dogs. I felt like a god walking among mortals, a being who had cheated the ultimate void and returned with the prize. But as the afternoon wore on, I noticed something. I was standing near the Bethesda fountain, watching a street performer blow giant bubbles into the air. A young girl, maybe 5 or 6 years old, was chasing them, her laughter ringing out over the sound of the water. She ran toward me, her eyes fixed on a shimmering globe of soap and air. Just before she reached me, she stopped. She didn't hit a physical barrier, but her laughter died instantly. She looked up at me, her small face contorting into a mask of confusion and then, slowly, of primal terror. She didn't see a man in a black hoodie. She saw something else. "Mama," she whispered, backing away. Her mother appeared a second later, grabbing the girl's hand. She gave me a polite, strained smile, the kind people give to strangers who make them uncomfortable for reasons they can't define. She pulled the girl away, glancing back at me over her shoulder with a look of deep suspicion. I felt a coldness in my chest that had nothing to do with the entity in my apartment. I walked to a nearby public restroom, a small stone building tucked into the trees. I pushed inside and stood before the stained, cracked mirror above the sinks. At first glance, I was still Elia's. The hair, the eyes, the jawline, it was all there. But as I stared, really stared, I saw it. The image began to vibrate. It wasn't that I was becoming translucent. It was that the world around me was refusing to accept my presence. The light hitting my skin didn't reflect back quite right. The shadows under my eyes were a fraction of a second too slow to move when I turned my head. I wasn't a man. I was a hole in the world shaped like a man. I left the park and began to walk faster, heading back toward the apartment. The euphoria of the morning had evaporated, replaced by a gnawing hunger that orange juice and city air couldn't satisfy. I needed to be back in the dark. I needed to be where the silence was. When I reached my building, I didn't speak to Arthur. I kept my head down and hurried to the elevator. Inside my apartment, the air was freezing. Frost had begun to form on the inside of the windows, crystalline patterns that looked like reaching fingers. The gray smudge was no longer in the bedroom. It was standing in the middle of the living room, waiting for me. It was taller now, more defined. I dropped my camera bag on the floor. "What are you doing?" I demanded, my voice cracking. The entity didn't speak, but I felt its thoughts. They weren't words, they were sensations. It felt hungry, but it wasn't hungry for my warmth. It was hungry for the world I had just tried to enter. It wanted the sun. It wanted the laughter of the girl in the park. It wanted the things I had stolen. "You can't have it," I hissed. "It's mine now, I earned this." I walked toward it, intending to push it back into the shadows, to assert my dominance over the shell I had claimed. But as I moved, the entity moved with me, a perfect, synchronized mirror image. When I raised my hand, it raised its wispy, gray limb. We stood face to face in the center of the room. "Hey," the sound came from both of us at once, a dual resonance that shook the glass in the cupboards. I realized then that the respiring weren't just thieves of voices and warmth. They were a cycle. The farmhouse wasn't a trap, it was a factory. Marcus was fading in Kingston. Someone else was likely walking into that cellar right now. And here in the city, the two halves of Elia's thorn were beginning the long, slow process of devouring each other. I sat down on the floor, and the shadow sat with me. I reached out and touched the floorboards. They felt cold. The warmth was already leaving. I looked at the back of my hand and saw the mole, the tiny, closed eye. It was open now. It was a deep, bottomless black, staring back at me from my own flesh. And through it I could see the cellar. I could see the melted hinges. I could see the dark, sunless water rising from the floor. I closed my eyes and leaned back against the wall, making sure there was no space, not even an inch, between me and the cold. The breathing grew louder. It was no longer behind me. It was inside me. It was the only thing left. "Hey," I waited for the next breath, wondering whose voice would use it when the sun came up again. The silence that followed was more than an absence of sound. It was a weight, a physical pressure that pushed against my eardrums until they throbbed. I sat there for hours, or perhaps days. Time has a way of thinning out when you stop participating in it. The city outside continued its frantic, mechanical pulse, but it felt like a broadcast from a distant planet. I watched the shadows of the window frames crawl across the hardwood floor, measuring the rotation of a world I no longer belonged to. Every time I drifted toward a true, heavy sleep, a sharp, icy needle of sensation would jab into the base of my brain. Haya, the shadow, the original Elias or the remnant of him, was no longer content to simply exist in the periphery. He was learning how to pull. I could feel him tugging at the corners of my consciousness, trying to unravel the stitches that held this stolen skin to my shifting soul. He wanted his memories back. He wanted the smell of his first camera and the heat of his mother's kitchen. I gripped those thoughts tight, clenching my mental teeth until they bled, refusing to let the data slip away. I stood up, my joints cracking with a sound like dry timber. I needed to move. I needed to prove that the gravity of this room hadn't claimed me yet. I walked to the kitchen, my footsteps heavy and deliberate. I grabbed a glass from the cupboard, a simple utilitarian object, and held it under the tap. The water rushed out, clear and cold, but as it hit the glass, it didn't splash. It seemed to be absorbed, the liquid disappearing into the transparency of the vessel as if it were falling into a void. I tilted the glass to my lips, but no water came out. It was empty. It had always been empty. A low, vibrating hum began to emanate from the walls. It was the sound of the building, the electrical wires, the plumbing, the structural steel, all of it rejecting me. The apartment was a living organism, and I was a virus it was finally identifying. I turned toward the hallway mirror, the one where it had all begun. My reflection was a mess. It wasn't just the vibration anymore. I was beginning to look like a double-exposure photograph. There was the sharp, solid man in the black hoodie, and then there was the gray, weeping thing beneath him, its eyes two smudges of charcoal. We were overlapping, two frames of film caught in the same gate. "Get out," I whispered. My voice sounded like gravel being ground under a boot. The reflection didn't blink, it didn't move, but the mole on my hand, the open eye, blinked for me. Suddenly, the front door buzzer rang. The sound was violent, a jagged tear in the fabric of the quiet. I jumped, my heart, the heart that was becoming a hollow drum stuttering in my chest. I didn't want to answer it. I wanted to crawl into the closet and wait for the sun to die. But the buzzer rang again, longer this time, a persistent, demanding wail. I walked to the intercom, my hand trembling as I pressed the button. "Yes." "Elias, it's Sarah. Open up. I know you're in there." Sarah, the name hit me like a physical blow. The memories surged. The way she smelled of sandalwood and old books, the way she squinted when she laughed, the way she had looked at the farmhouse photos and told me they felt asterisk wrong. I hadn't called her in weeks. I had forgotten she existed in the frenzy of the transition. I'm not feeling well, Sarah," I said, my voice struggling to find the right pitch. "Go away." "The hell I will. Arthur said you looked like a ghost when you came in. You've been dodging my calls for 3 days. Open this door or I'm calling the super." I looked at the gray smudge behind me. It was agitated, its edges flickering like a dying candle. It wanted her. It knew her. If I let her in, she would be the conduit. She would be the bridge he needed to climb back into the light. "I'm coming," I said, my voice dead and flat. I walked to the door, my fingers fumbling with the deadbolt. My skin felt like it was made of wet paper, ready to tear at the slightest tension. I pulled the door open just a crack. Sarah stood there, her coat damp from a light rain I hadn't noticed. She looked at me, and her expression went through a rapid-fire sequence. Relief, confusion, and then a deep, soul-shuddering dread. She didn't move forward. She instinctively stepped back. "Elias," she whispered, "what happened to your eyes?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was too busy trying to keep the shadow from lunging past me. I could feel him pressing against my back, his cold, translucent hands reaching for her warmth. You look like you're fading," she said, her voice trembling. "Your skin. I can see the wallpaper through your shoulder." I looked down. She was right. The black hoodie was becoming a gray mist. The transition wasn't permanent. It was a leak. I was losing the pressure required to stay solid. "Sarah, listen to me," I said, the words coming out in a rush of freezing air. "You have to leave. Right now. Go to the hotel. Find Marcus. Tell him the cellar is a lie. Tell him not to look back." "What are you talking about? Who's Marcus?" She reached out, her hand moving toward my face. "Don't touch me," I screamed, but it was too late. Her fingers brushed my cheek. The contact was like an electrical surge. For a split second, I saw her world, the vibrant, terrifyingly bright reality of the living. I saw the gold in her wedding ring, the blue of her veins, the heat radiating from her heart. And then the pull began. It wasn't me doing it. It was the thing behind me. Sarah's eyes widened. She tried to pull her hand away, but it was stuck, as if my skin were made of industrial adhesive. She began to pale, the color draining from her face in a visible wave, flowing into me. I felt my shoulders solidify. I felt the wallpaper disappear behind my form. I was becoming real again, but at the cost of her light. "Elias, stop, you're hurting me," she cried out, her voice thinning, becoming reedy and distant. I fought it. With every ounce of the humanity I had stolen, I tried to push her away. I slammed my shoulder against the doorframe, trying to break the connection, but the shadow was too strong. It was a starving animal that had finally found a kill. "Run," I wheezed. I reached up with my other hand, the one with the open eye, and I didn't push her. I gouged. I drove my fingers into the space between us, into the cold, viscous air where our souls were tangling. I felt a searing heat, a pain so intense it felt like my very atoms were being ripped apart. With a final, desperate heave, I threw myself backward into the apartment. The connection snapped. Sarah fell back into the hallway, gasping for air, her face gaunt and her eyes hollowed out. She looked at me once more, not with love, not even with fear, but with the blank, uncomprehending stare of someone who has seen the gears of the universe and found them made of bone. She turned and ran. I heard her footsteps echoing down the hall, growing fainter and fainter until they were swallowed by the hum of the building. I lay on the floor, my chest heaving. I was solid again. The black hoodie was thick and heavy, but the room was darker than it had ever been. The gray smudge was gone. I looked around, panicked. "Where are you?" I shouted. "Where did you go?" Silence. I crawled toward the bedroom, my hands shaking. I needed to see the mirror. I needed to know if I was alone. I pushed the door open and looked at the glass. I was there, Elias Thorne, perfect, whole. But I wasn't alone. Standing behind me in the reflection was no longer a smudge of gray. It was Marcus. He was wearing the same clothes he'd had on in the hotel, but they were tattered, stained with the red clay of the farmhouse cellar. His face was a mask of frozen agony, his jaw hanging at an unnatural angle. He wasn't breathing. He was simply there, an anchor in the glass. And behind him was Sarah. Not the Sarah who had just run down the hall, but a version of her that was already beginning to blur, her eyes turning into those familiar, weeping voids. The realization hit me like a plunge into the icy water of the cellar. The transition wasn't a one-for-one trade. It was a net. Everyone I touched, everyone I remembered, everyone who noticed the draft on their neck, they were all being pulled into the gray. I wasn't the new Elias. I was the new center of the hive. I looked at the camera bag on the floor. I remembered the photos. I remembered the way the light had looked in the great room. It hadn't been a warning. It had been a recruitment poster. The phone on the desk rang again. I didn't have to look at the caller ID. I knew who it was. It was the hotel manager. Or maybe it was the woman from the park. Or maybe it was someone I hadn't met yet. Someone who had just found a strange, haunting photo on a forgotten blog and felt a sudden, inexplicable chill. I picked up the phone. I didn't say hello. I just waited. Is someone there?" a voice asked. It sounded young, a student maybe. I was looking at these old files on a hard drive I bought at a garage sale. There are these pictures of a farmhouse, and I think I can hear someone breathing on the recording. I leaned in close to the receiver. I could feel the cold rising from the floor, the water from the cellar finally reaching my ankles. I looked at the mirror, at the growing crowd of shadows standing behind my reflection, their empty eyes fixed on the back of my neck. "Don't look back," I whispered. "What? Who is this?" "I'm the one who's really alive," I said, and for the first time I didn't have to fake the rattle in my chest. and you're the one who's fading away." I hung up and walked to the window. The sun was fully up now, but it provided no warmth. The city was a sea of people, millions of them, all walking, talking, eating, and breathing. So much breath, so much heat. I opened the window. The wind rushed in, but it didn't feel like air. It felt like an invitation. I looked down at the street below. I saw a man stop and shiver, rubbing the back of his neck. He looked around, confused, searching for a draft in the middle of a still summer day. He looked up, and for a second our eyes met. I smiled at him. I didn't use Elia's smile. I used the one I had brought from the dark. The man turned away, walking faster, his shoulders hunched. He wouldn't make it to the end of the block before he felt the first touch of the frost. He wouldn't make it home before he started to wonder why his reflection seemed a little less sharp than it had that morning. I turned back to the room. The shadows in the mirror were stepping out now, their feet making no sound on the hardwood. Marcus, Sarah, and the dozens of others whose names I would soon forget. They weren't attacking me. They were following me. We were a procession of the forgotten, a parade of the cold. I picked up the camera. The lens was clear, the shutter ready. There were so many more stories to tell, so many more memories to harvest. I stepped out of the apartment and into the hallway, the shadows trailing behind me like a tattered gray cape. Arthur was still at the desk in the lobby. He looked up as I approached, his smile faltering. "Going out again, Mr. Thorne?" "Yes, Arthur," I said, my voice a chorus of 1,000 sighs. "I'm going to take some pictures. The light is just right today." I walked past him, and as I did, I reached out a long, gray finger and brushed the back of his neck. He shuddered, a violent, full-body convulsion. He reached up to touch the spot, his eyes widening as he looked at the glass doors, seeing the reflection of a man who was no longer there. I stepped out into the street. The sun was bright, the noise was deafening, and the world was full of life. And I was so hungry. The transition was complete. I wasn't the shadow anymore. I was the one who cast it. I walked into the crowd, my footsteps heavy and real, while behind me the air began to ripple and moan. "Haga." The city breathed, and I breathed back. I found a young man sitting on a bench, a laptop open on his knees. He was focused, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was perfectly, vibrantly alive. I sat down next to him. He didn't look up, but he shifted slightly, moving away from the sudden drop in temperature. "Beautiful day," I said. He nodded absently. "Yeah, a bit chilly for July though, isn't it?" "It'll get colder," I promised him. I leaned in, my mouth inches from his ear. I could see the pulse in his neck, the tiny throb of a life that was about to become mine. I closed my eyes, the holes where my eyes used to be, and prepared to take another breath. It wouldn't be long now. I could feel the warmth of his blood through the air. I could feel the weight of his memories pressing against mine. I remembered the smell of his coffee. I remembered the name of his first love. I was taking it all. The world was growing darker, even with the sun overhead. The shadows were stretching out, reaching for him, reaching for me. We were becoming one thing, a tangled mess of light and dark, of breath and silence. And then his phone began to ring. I knew who it was. It was someone calling to tell him that the breathing had started, someone calling to tell him that they were afraid. But there was no reason to be afraid. Once you accept the cold, it goes away. I reached out and touched his neck. "Don't look back," I whispered. But he did, they always do. He turned his head, and for a heartbeat, he saw the truth. He saw the farmhouse, the cellar, and the thousands of us waiting in the gray. He saw the end of his world and the beginning of ours. And for the first time in an eternity, I felt the sun. It was a beautiful sound, the sound of a clock ticking down. I stood up and walked away, leaving the man on the bench to stare at his transparent hands. I had work to do. I had a city to consume. I had 1,000 more breaths to take before the night was through. The breathing was no longer behind me. It was the only thing left in the world. The sidewalk felt like a treadmill moving beneath my feet, a conveyor belt of human vitality that I was skimming for parts. I walked with a purpose that Elias Thorne never possessed. Elias had been a man of hesitations, a creature of soft focus and gentle shadows. I was the hard edge of the blade. Every person I passed left a microscopic trail of their heat in my wake, a silver thread of essence that my new skin drank greedily. I was no longer a ghost. I was a vacuum in a black hoodie, a localized collapse of the physical world. The man on the bench was still behind me, staring at his palms as if they were made of smoke. I didn't need to look back to know he was already fading into the background of the city's consciousness. People would walk around him without knowing why. They would sit on the bench and feel a sudden, inexplicable dampness on their clothes, a lingering scent of stagnant water and old film chemicals. He was a new stitch in the tapestry, a fresh hollow for the wind to whistle through. I turned the corner onto a busier thoroughfare, the sound of traffic rising to a roar that vibrated in my teeth. The sensory input was overwhelming, the smell of exhaust, the screech of brakes, the neon flicker of a pharmacy sign. To a living man, it was the hum of civilization. To me, it was a buffet of static. I stopped in front of a plate glass window displaying high-end watches. My reflection was terrifyingly sharp now. I looked more like Elias than Elias ever had. My eyes were clear, my jawline was defined, and the black fabric of my hoodie looked rich and tactile. But if I stared too long, the watches in the display began to slow. The ticking of a dozen synchronized movements stuttered, the hands jerking as if caught in invisible cobwebs. Time was the first thing to spoil in my presence. A woman in a business suit brushed against my arm as she hurried toward the subway entrance. She didn't apologize, she didn't even seem to notice the contact. But I felt the spark, the quick, jagged theft of her Tuesday morning meeting, the taste of the espresso she'd had 10 minutes ago, and the sharp, bright worry she felt about her daughter's fever. It all rushed into me, a jagged pill of someone else's life. I shivered, the mole on the back of my hand blinking rapidly. The eye was hungry. It didn't just want to see, it wanted to digest. I began to walk toward the park, the green space in the center of the concrete. Water was there, a fountain, a pond, the simulated life of a city trying to breathe. I needed the water. It was the medium of the transition, the ink in which our stories were written. As I moved, I noticed the others. They weren't just in the mirrors anymore. They were in the peripheries of everyone's vision, a gray shape standing by a mailbox, a flicker of movement in an alleyway, a face that appeared for a split second in the window of a passing bus, only to vanish when the light hit the glass. We were everywhere. The cellar hadn't just opened under the farmhouse, it had opened under the world. Every time a camera clicked, every time a memory was digitized and uploaded, a little more of the substance was drained away, replaced by the gray, sunless water of the void. I reached the fountain, a great stone basin where a bronze Neptune presided over a spray of recycled water. Children were running around the base, their laughter sounding like breaking glass in my ears. I sat on the edge of the stone, feeling the spray hit my back. To them, it was cool and refreshing. To me, it was home. It felt like the damp walls of the farmhouse. It felt like the cellar. I reached into my bag and pulled out the camera. It felt heavy, a weapon made of glass and magnesium. I didn't need to look through the viewfinder. The eye on my hand was doing the work, scanning the crowd for the next donor. My gaze landed on a young couple sitting on a blanket across the grass. They were leaning into each other, their foreheads touching, a closed circuit of heat and future plans. They were perfect. I raised the camera and focused on them. The lens whirred, the autofocus hunting for a lock. Clicking. The sound was louder than it should have been. It sounded like a gunshot. The couple didn't jump, but the girl shivered, pulling her cardigan tighter around her shoulders. The boy looked up, squinting at the sun as if it had suddenly dimmed. I saw the gray smudge appear between them, a thin veil of static that disrupted the air. I had taken their intimacy. I had captured the moment, and in doing so, I had removed the oxygen from it. "Is it getting cold?" the girl asked, her voice carrying across the grass. It sounded thin, as if she were speaking through a long pipe. "Yeah," the boy replied, his voice equally hollow. "Maybe there's a storm coming." There was no storm, there was only me. I stood up and moved closer, my shadow stretching out across the grass like a dark finger. I wanted more. The hunger was a physical pain now, a gnawing in the pit of a stomach that no longer processed food. I needed the weight of their lives to keep myself from drifting away. I needed their colors to hide the gray. As I approached the blanket, the girl looked up. Her eyes met mine, and for a second the veil lifted. She didn't see Elia's thorn. She saw the cellar. She saw the melted hinges and the rising water. She saw Marcus and Sarah and the thousands of others standing behind me, their mouths open in a silent, collective haya. She tried to scream, but the sound was caught in her throat, a dry rattle of air. She scrambled backward, her hands digging into the grass. The grass turned gray where she touched it, the green leaching away into the soil. "What are you?" she gasped, her voice a mere vibration. "I'm the memory," I said, my voice resonating from the ground beneath her feet. "I'm the photograph you'll never find. I'm the breath you take when you think you're alone." The boy tried to stand, but his legs seemed to lack the structural integrity to hold him. He slumped back down, his face a mask of confusion. He looked at his girlfriend, but he couldn't seem to focus on her. She was already becoming a background detail, a smudge on the lens of his reality. I reached out my hand, the one with the open eye. The mole was a gaping black pit now, a miniature version of the cellar door. I didn't touch her. I didn't have to. The proximity was enough. The air between us began to hum, a low-frequency vibration that rattled the teeth. "Give it to me," I whispered. "Give me the Sunday mornings. Give me the smell of the rain. Give me the way his name feels in your mouth." She began to weep, but the tears weren't salt water. They were thick and gray like liquid lead. They ran down her cheeks and dripped onto the blanket, burning small, smoking holes in the fabric. As she cried, I felt the rush. It was better than any drug. It was a flood of pure, unadulterated existence. I saw her first day of school. I felt the sting of a scraped knee. I heard the lullaby her grandmother sang. It was all mine now. I was filling the empty spaces in my stolen soul with the debris of hers. I felt my heart begin to beat, not the hollow drum from before, but a wet, heavy thud. My skin grew warm. I could feel the sun again. I was winning. I was becoming the dominant reality. But then the breathing started again. It wasn't coming from the shadows. It wasn't coming from the people I had taken. It was coming from the camera. I looked down at the device in my hand. The lens was glowing with a faint, sickly light. The digital display was a chaotic mess of symbols and static, and from the small speaker meant for playback, the sound emerged. "Kayla." It was a deeper breath than the others. It was older. It was the sound of the farmhouse itself, the ancient, hungry architecture that had birthed this nightmare. It wasn't satisfied with the crumbs I was feeding it. It didn't want the memories of a girl in a park. It wanted the source. It wanted the world. The camera began to vibrate so violently that I nearly dropped it. The strap twisted around my wrist like a snake, tightening until it cut into my flesh. I felt a pull, not a pull of consciousness, but a physical yank toward the lens. The glass was no longer a flat surface. It was a tunnel. I looked through the viewfinder and I didn't see the park. I saw the great room. I saw the dust motes dancing in the shafts of dying light. And I saw myself, the original me, the man who had first walked through that door, sitting in the chair, staring at the wall. He looked up. He looked directly into the camera, directly into me. "You're late," he said. His voice wasn't a whisper. It was a roar that shook the foundations of my mind. The girl on the blanket vanished. The boy vanished. The park, the fountain, the city, it all began to dissolve into a sea of gray pixels. I was being pulled back. The transition wasn't a promotion, it was a tether. I was the bait and the line was being reeled in. I fought it. I planted my feet on the dissolving grass and screamed, my voice a jagged tear in the fabric of the void. I'm real. I'm Elia's thorn. I have the skin. I have the heart. But the skin was peeling. The black hoodie was turning back into mist. The heat I had stolen from the girl was bleeding out of me, flowing back toward the camera, toward the man in the chair. He was growing brighter. He was becoming solid. He was taking it all back, and he was taking everything I had gathered along the way. The eye on my hand began to scream. It was a high-pitched, whistling sound like air escaping a punctured tire. The mole was closing, the black lid drawing shut with a finality that terrified me. If it closed, I would be blind in the dark. I would be just another smudge in the cellar. I looked around for an anchor, something to hold onto in the collapsing world. I saw a man walking a dog near the edge of the dissolving park. He was an old man, his face a map of 1,000 stories. He was solid. He was heavy with life. I lunged for him. I didn't care about the rules. I didn't care about the transition. I just wanted to stay. I grabbed his shoulder, my fingers sinking into his coat. He turned, his eyes wide with surprise. "Excuse me," he said, his voice a beautiful, resonant baritone. "Help me," I wheezed. "Hold on to me. Don't let me go back." He looked at me and his expression softened. He didn't see a monster. He didn't see a shadow. He saw a man in a black hoodie who looked like he was drowning on dry land. He reached out and gripped my arms, his hands warm and strong. "It's all right, son," he said. "I've got you. Just breathe. Just take a breath." And I did. I took a breath, but it wasn't my breath. It was his. The moment our lungs synchronized, the world stabilized. The gray pixels stopped swirling. The camera stopped vibrating. The man in the chair in the great room vanished, replaced by the sight of a kind old man in a park. But something was wrong. The man's hands were no longer warm. They were turning cold, colder than the stone of the fountain. His face was losing its color, the vibrant map of his life fading into a blank gray slate. He didn't let go of my arms, but his grip was no longer supportive. It was a death clinch. I feel a bit dizzy," he whispered. I looked down at our feet. The dog, a golden retriever, was whining, its tail tucked between its legs. It was looking at its master, but it wasn't seeing him. It was looking through him. The old man wasn't fading because I was stealing him. He was fading because he was protecting me. He was acting as a heat sink, absorbing the pull of the cellar so that I could stay solid. He was giving me his life, not because I had asked for it, but because that's what living things do. They sacrifice for the dying. And in that moment, I felt a spark of something I hadn't felt since the farmhouse. I felt guilt. It was a sharp, burning sensation in the center of my chest. It was Elia's guilt. It was the remnant of the man who had loved his mother's kitchen and his first camera. It was the part of him that hadn't been processed by the dark. I tried to pull away. "No," I said, "don't let go. You have to let go." "I've got you," the old man repeated, his voice now a mere echo. Just breathe." He collapsed, not onto the grass, but into me. There was no impact. There was only a sudden, overwhelming weight. His life, his memories, his 80 years of sunshine and sorrow, they all poured into my frame. I staggered under the load, my knees buckling. The dog barked once, a sharp, mournful sound, and then it too began to blur, its golden fur turning to the color of ash. I stood up, shaking. I was more solid than I had ever been. I could feel the individual hairs on my arms. I could feel the moisture in my eyes. I was a masterpiece of biological detail. But when I looked in the fountain, I didn't see Elia's thorn. I saw an old man. I saw the face of the man who had just saved me. My hands were wrinkled, spotted with age. My hoodie was gone, replaced by a worn tweed coat. I had stolen his form to survive the pull. I looked at the camera bag on the ground. It was still there. The lens was dark, the hunger momentarily sated by the massive meal I had just provided. I reached down and picked it up. My movements were slow, my joints aching with a century of borrowed time. I looked at the dog. It was standing there, a gray, translucent shape, waiting for a command from a master who was no longer there. "Come," I said. My voice was a rich, resonant baritone. The dog followed. I walked out of the park, a man with a camera and a ghost dog. I wasn't just a shadow anymore. I was a collection. I was a library of stolen lives, a walking archive of everything the seller wanted to erase. I realized then that the transition was never about becoming one person. It was about becoming everyone. Elia's was just the first page. Sarah, Marcus, the girl on the blanket, the old man, we were all being bound together into a single, dark volume. The city was still loud, the sun was still bright, but as I walked, I noticed that the shadows were no longer following me. They were walking beside me, they were crossing the street, they were entering the shops. We weren't a parade anymore, we were the population. I stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. A young woman stood next to me, her phone in her hand, her eyes fixed on the screen. She was scrolling through photos, pictures of a party, of a beach, of a smiling face. She felt the chill. She rubbed the back of her neck, her eyes darting toward me for a split second. She saw an old man with a dog. She saw something safe, something familiar. She smiled at me. "Nice dog," she said. I looked at her and I felt the hunger stir again, deep in the tweed coat. The eye on my hand, now hidden by a leather glove, began to itch. "Thank you," I said, my voice as warm as a summer afternoon. "Would you like me to take your picture? The light is just right." She hesitated, then tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Sure, why not? It's a beautiful day." I raised the camera. I didn't look through the viewfinder. I didn't need to. I already knew what I would see. I saw the cellar. I saw the water. And I saw her already standing in the great room, waiting for her turn to breathe. Clicking. The light didn't change. The world didn't end. But as I handed the camera back to her, I felt the first flake of snow fall on my cheek. It was July in the city, but for us, the winter had finally arrived. I walked on, the ghost dog at my heels, searching for the next face, the next memory, the next breath. The breathing was no longer behind me. It was the rhythm of the city. It was the sound of the world turning gray. And as I disappeared into the crowd, the only thing left behind was a faint, lingering scent of sandalwood and old books, and the sound of 1,000 voices, all whispering the same thing at once. "Hey." The girl with the phone didn't even wait to see the result on the digital screen. She just felt that sudden, inexplicable drop in temperature, that momentary vertigo that comes from standing too close to a ledge, and she hurried away into the throng of commuters. She didn't know she was already lighter. She didn't know that the version of her that mattered, the one that held the specific, stinging memory of her first heartbreak and the exact shade of blue of her favorite childhood dress, was now coiled inside the magnesium casing of my Leica. I walked south. The old man's knees ached with a phantom history of labor and long walks. This body was a heavy, complicated machine, far more demanding than the lean, hungry shadow of Elia's. My borrowed lungs felt thick, as if I were breathing through a layer of wet wool. Every few blocks I had to stop and lean against a lamp post, the ghost dog sitting patiently at my feet, invisible to the world but casting a faint, shimmering ripple across the pavement. The city was changing as the afternoon deepened. It wasn't just the gray pixels anymore. It was the quality of the light itself. It had become amber and bruised, the kind of light that precedes a catastrophic storm or a total eclipse. I saw a businessman in a tailored suit stop in the middle of a crosswalk, his briefcase slipping from his numb fingers. He stared at his own hands with a look of profound horror. I knew what he saw. He saw the edges of his fingers beginning to fray, the skin turning into the texture of a low-resolution photograph. He looked up, his eyes searching the crowd for help, but everyone else was looking at their own phones, their own reflections, their own dissipating realities. I reached a bridge. Below, the river was no longer water. It was a slow-moving sludge of ink and mercury, reflecting a sky that had no sun, only a vast, pale eye of white clouds. The sound of the city, the sirens, the shouting, the construction, was being swallowed by a low-frequency hum. It was the sound of a billion hard drives spinning, of a billion memories being compressed into nothingness. "It's too much," I whispered, the old man's voice cracking. "There's no room left." The camera in my bag felt hot, not the heat of life, but the heat of a machine working far beyond its capacity. It was vibrating, a rhythmic thrumming that matched the pulse in my borrowed wrists. I realized then that I wasn't just a collector. I was a gateway. The more I took, the wider the door in the farmhouse cellar opened. I was the surveyor marking the land for an invasion of silence. I found a bench overlooking the river. A woman was sitting there, her face buried in her hands. She wasn't scrolling, she wasn't distracted, she was grieving. The grief was so thick it felt like a physical weight, a dark aura that warded off the flickering static of the city. I sat down beside her. The dog laid its translucent head on her foot. She didn't jump. She just looked up, her eyes red-rimmed and hollow. "It feels like it's all disappearing," she said, not even looking at me, as if she were talking to the river. I try to remember his face, the way he smelled when he came home from work, and it's like trying to hold water in a sieve. "The memories are being moved," I said. My voice was steady, the baritone of the old man providing a false sense of wisdom. "They aren't gone, they're just being stored somewhere else." She turned to me then, and I saw the reflection of the camera lens in her pupils. "Where?" "In the dark," I said, "in the places where the light doesn't spoil things." I felt the eye on my hand, under the leather glove, flare with a sudden, agonizing heat. It wanted her grief. Grief was the most concentrated form of existence. It was the anchor that kept a soul tethered to the earth when everything else had been stripped away. If I took her sorrow, she would become as light as a dandelion seed. She would drift away into the gray. I reached for the camera bag, my fingers trembling. But as I touched the strap, I felt a sharp, cold sting. The breathing was right behind my neck again. It wasn't the collective haya of the cellar. It was a single, sharp intake of air. I froze. The old man's heart stuttered in my chest. I didn't turn around. I knew that if I turned, the illusion of the city would shatter completely. I would be back in the great room, and the man in the chair would be standing right behind me, his hand on my shoulder. "You're making a mess, Elias," the voice whispered. It wasn't a roar this time. It was a dry, papery sound like dead leaves skittering across a porch. I squeezed my eyes shut. "I'm not Elias, I'm a man in a park. I'm a man with a dog." "You're a thumbprint on a lens," the voice said. "You're the smudge that ruins the shot. You were supposed to be the bridge, but you're trying to be the destination. You're keeping too much for yourself." The woman on the bench looked at me, her brow furrowed. "Are you okay? Who are you talking to?" I couldn't answer her. The pressure on my neck was increasing. It felt like a heavy, wet hand was pressing into the base of my skull, trying to find the seam where the old man's life was stitched to my shadow. The eye on my hand began to weep. I could feel the moisture soaking through the leather of the glove, thick, gray, and cold. "Give her to me," the voice commanded. "The grief, it's the last of the fuel. The cellar is cold, Elias. We need the burn of her loss." I looked at the woman. She was so fragile, a flickering candle in a world of rising shadows. If I took her grief, I would be stronger. I would be solid enough to walk away from the bridge, to find another body, to stay in the sun for another day. But if I took it, I would be the thing that killed her. Not her body, but the thing that made her asterisk her asterisk. "No," I whispered. The hand on my neck tightened. The world began to tilt. The river rose up to meet the sky, and the gray pixels began to scream, a digital screech that drowned out the sound of the city. "You don't have a choice," the voice said. "You are the camera. The camera doesn't choose what it sees. It only captures." I felt my arm move. It wasn't my will. It was the machinery of the shadow, the ancient architecture of the farmhouse asserting control over its stray limb. My hand reached into the bag. My fingers closed around the cold magnesium body of the Leica. I felt the lens extend, the autofocus motor whirring like a trapped insect. The woman didn't move. She just watched me with a terrifying, quiet curiosity. "What are you doing?" I raised the camera. The viewfinder was a black hole, a vortex that promised an end to the hunger and the cold. I saw her face through the glass, the lines of her sorrow, the dampness of her cheeks, the way her life was gathered in the hollow of her throat. Clicking. The sound didn't come from the camera, it came from the air around us. The woman didn't shiver, she didn't turn gray. Instead, the camera in my hand shattered. The lens imploded, the glass turning into a cloud of fine crystalline dust. The metal body twisted and melted, the black leatherette peeling away like scorched skin. I screamed as the gray fluid, the essence of 1,000 stolen moments, poured out of the broken device and over my hands. It was like acid. It burned through the old man's skin, through the tweed coat, through the layers of stolen heat. I fell to the ground, the ghost dog vanishing into a puff of static. The woman stood up, her face transformed. She wasn't crying anymore. She was smiling, but it wasn't a smile of joy. It was the smile of something that had been waiting in the tall grass for a very long time. "Thank you, Elias," she said. Her voice was no longer thin. It was the roar. It was the sound of the cellar door swinging wide. "I was wondering how long it would take you to break the tool. You were always so clumsy with the things you loved." I looked up at her, my vision blurring. She wasn't a woman on a bench. She was a silhouette, a void in the shape of a person, filled with the flickering images of everyone I had ever taken. I saw the girl from the park, the businessman, the old man whose skin I was currently wearing. They were all there, trapped in the amber of her presence. "Who are you?" I wheezed, my voice reverting to the hollow rattle of the farmhouse. "I'm the one who stayed in the chair," she said. "I'm the one who didn't need to leave the house to see the world. I just waited for you to bring it to me." She reached out and touched my forehead. Her finger was a needle of absolute zero. "The transition is over, Elias. You aren't the photographer anymore. You're the film." The world didn't go black. It went white, the blinding, featureless white of an overexposed frame. I felt myself being pulled flat, my three-dimensional life being squeezed into a single, two-dimensional plane. The smells of the city, the ache in the old man's knees, the memory of Sarah's hair, it was all being compressed, drained of its color, and laid out on a strip of celluloid. I was back in the cellar. The water was up to my chest now. It was cold, but I couldn't feel it. I was a photograph floating on the surface, a glossy image of an old man in a park, staring at a broken camera. Around me, thousands of other photographs were bobbing in the dark, a sea of stolen lives. I looked up. The great room was gone. There was only the ceiling of the cellar, and above it the sound of footsteps. Thump, thump, thump. Someone was walking in the kitchen. Someone was opening the fridge. Someone was whistling a tune I almost recognized. I tried to scream, but I was just paper. I was just a memory. Then a light flickered above. The cellar door opened. A man stood at the top of the stairs, silhouetted against the bright, warm light of a summer afternoon. He held a camera in his hand, a brand new, shining piece of glass and magnesium. He looked down into the dark, his face full of wonder and ambition. "Hello," he called out. His voice was familiar. It was the voice of a man who thought he had just found a masterpiece. "Is anyone down there?" I watched from the surface of the water as he began to descend the stairs, his boots splashing into the rising tide. He didn't see the photographs. He didn't see the gray water. He only saw the shadows and the way they danced in the light of his flash. He raised the camera. He pointed it toward the corner where the melted hinges still clung to the wall. "Perfect," he whispered. I felt the familiar itch on the back of my hand, but I didn't have a hand anymore. I was just the image. I was the thing being seen. Clicking. The flash blinded me for a second. When the spots cleared, I saw him looking at the back of his camera. He frowned, rubbing the back of his neck. "That's weird," he muttered. "I thought I saw someone standing there." He turned to leave, but he stopped at the bottom step. He shivered, pulling his jacket tighter. "Is it getting cold in here?" He didn't wait for an answer. He hurried back up the stairs, slamming the cellar door behind him. I heard the bolt slide into place. I heard the footsteps move away, heading toward the front door, heading toward the city, heading toward the sun. I floated in the dark, surrounded by the debris of a world that was slowly being replaced. I waited for the silence to take me, for the ink to run and the image to fade. But then I heard it. From the corner of the cellar, from the deepest part of the shadows where the water was blackest. Kayla. It was a small breath, a new breath. I looked at the photograph floating next to me. It was the girl from the park. Her eyes were open, and for a split second they flickered with a dull gray light. "Elias," she whispered. I didn't answer, I couldn't, but I felt the water stir. I felt the collective pulse of the cellar begin to beat again. We were down here, thousands of us, waiting in the dark. We were the archive. We were the backup. And we were very, very hungry. The breathing grew louder. It wasn't behind my neck anymore. It was inside me. It was the only thing left. Kayla. Somewhere in the city, a young man with a new camera was walking into a park. He was looking for the light. He was looking for a story. He didn't know that he was already carrying us with him. He didn't know that every time he pressed the shutter, he was bringing us one step closer to the surface. I closed my eyes, or the idea of my eyes, and let the gray water take me. The farmhouse was quiet now, but the world was starting to hum. The cellar wasn't just a room anymore. It was the future, and it was developing, frame by frame, in the dark. The man with the new camera was named Julian. He didn't know that yet, and in the grand architecture of the farmhouse, names were merely labels on jars that had long since been emptied. But Julian felt the weight of the name as he stepped onto the subway, the polished chrome of his new lens catching the flickering fluorescent lights of the train car. He felt a strange, electric hum in his fingertips, a sensation he attributed to the thrill of his new purchase. He didn't notice that the man sitting across from him, a construction worker in a neon vest, seemed to be losing the saturation in his orange stripes. Julian only saw the composition, the way the grime on the window framed the skyline, the way the shadows pooled in the man's tired eyes. He raised the camera. He didn't see the thin, gray film that had begun to coat the lens, a residue that looked like dried salt but felt like cold silk. Clicking. Back in the cellar, the photograph of the girl from the park shivered. A new image had joined the flotsam. It was a fragment of a neon vest, a sliver of a tired gaze. It drifted toward me, and as it touched the edge of my paper-thin existence, I felt a jolt of borrowed energy. I wasn't just a memory of an old man anymore. I was becoming a composite. I was the tweed coat and the neon vest. I was the sandalwood scent and the smell of diesel exhaust. The water in the cellar began to swirl, a slow, viscous whirlpool driven by the rhythm of Julian's shutter. Every time he took a picture, the pressure in the room shifted. We weren't just sinking, we were being processed. Above us, Julian walked through the city. He felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to visit a bookstore, a specific one, tucked away in a basement on 12th Street. He didn't know why. He had never been a man for old books or the smell of decaying paper, but his feet moved with a terrifying certainty, as if he were being pulled by an invisible tether. The bookstore was a tomb of silence. The owner, a man whose skin looked like parchment stretched over a wire frame, didn't look up when Julian entered. He was busy dusting a shelf of leather-bound volumes that had no titles on their spines. Julian felt the chill. It was a deep, bone-rattling cold that seemed to emanate from the floorboards. He rubbed the back of his neck, his fingers brushing against a small, raised bump at the base of his skull. He ignored it. He was focused on the light, the way a single shaft of dusty sun pierced the gloom, illuminating a stack of photographs sitting on a mahogany desk. He walked toward them, his heart racing. They were old daguerreotypes in silver prints, their edges curled like dead leaves. He reached out to touch one, and the moment his skin made contact, the bookstore owner stopped dusting. "Those aren't for sale," the old man said. His voice was a dry rattle, the exact sound of the leaves in the farmhouse yard. I've never seen anything like them," Julian whispered. He picked up a photo of a cellar door. It was a simple shot, but the depth of the shadows was impossible. It felt as if the blackness were three-dimensional, a hole cut into the world. "They are records of the transition," the owner said, finally turning around. His eyes were milky, the pupils gone. He wasn't looking at Julian, he was looking through him, at the thing standing just behind Julian's left shoulder. "The world is a very crowded place, young man. We have to make room for the new by archiving the old. It's only fair." Julian felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple. It was freezing in the room, yet he was burning up. The camera around his neck felt like it weighed 50 pounds. "I don't understand." "You don't have to," the owner said, stepping closer. "The camera understands. It's a very hungry machine, isn't it? It doesn't just take pictures. It takes the asterisk presence asterisk. It leaves the shell behind and brings the meat to us." Julian backed away, his hand instinctively gripping the Leica. "I should go." "You can't go," the owner whispered, and for a second his face flickered. It wasn't a face at all, but a collage of 1,000 different mouths, all moving in unison. "You've already started the sequence. You're the developer now. You have to finish the role." Julian turned and ran. He scrambled up the stairs, the bell above the door chiming a discordant metallic note. He burst onto the sidewalk, gasping for air, but the air was different now. It was thick with the scent of sandalwood. He looked at his hands. They were pale, almost translucent. He could see the blue veins beneath the skin, but they weren't pulsing with blood. They were pulsing with a gray, liquid light. He looked at the crowd. They were all moving in slow motion, their colors bleeding into the gray pavement. A woman pushed past him, and as she touched his arm, he felt a sharp electric tug. A piece of her, the memory of her morning coffee, the irritation at her boss, flowed into him, through his skin and into the camera. He didn't mean to do it. He didn't want to do it. But the camera was vibrating against his chest, a frantic, starving heartbeat. Click, click, click. He was shooting blindly now. He was a thresher in a field of souls. Every flash of the strobe was a sickle, harvesting the reality of the street. The sirens grew faint. The sun became a dull, white disk. The city was being folded up, one frame at a time. Down in the dark, I felt the influx. The cellar was no longer just a room under a farmhouse. It was expanding. The walls were stretching, turning into a vast subterranean gallery. The water was receding, replaced by a floor of solid, unyielding glass. Beneath the glass, millions of faces stared up. The girl, the old man, the construction worker, the woman from the bookstore. We were no longer floating. We were being set. I looked at my hands, the hands of the old man in the tweed coat. They were becoming solid again, but not with flesh. They were made of the same gray substance as the water. I looked at the girl next to me. She was standing up, her movements jerky and mechanical, like a stop-motion animation. "It's time," she said. Her voice wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a broadcast. "The role is almost full." We began to walk. We weren't in the cellar anymore, and we weren't in the city. We were in the space between. A long, gray corridor that smelled of fixer and ozone. At the end of the corridor was a door, and through the door I could see the kitchen of the farmhouse. The man in the chair was gone. In his place sat Julian. He looked terrible. His hair had turned white, and his skin was the color of wood ash. He was staring at the back of his camera, his thumbs scrolling through the images at a blurring speed. "I can't stop," he was sobbing. "There's so much, there's too much, I can't breathe." The girl from the park walked through the door first. She didn't say anything. She just walked up to Julian and placed her hand on his shoulder. He didn't jump. He didn't even seem to notice her. But as she touched him, the color from her dress, the vibrant, stolen blue, flowed back into her. She began to look real. She began to breathe. And Julian began to fade. One by one, we filed into the kitchen. The businessman, the construction worker, the old man whose body I inhabited. As we passed Julian, we took back the pieces of the world he had harvested for us. We were the ghosts returning to the house, but we weren't bringing the haunting with us. We were bringing the life. I was the last one in line. I stood before Julian, who was now little more than a shimmering outline, a ghost of a ghost. The Leica sat on the table between us, its lens cracked, its internal components humming with the final remnants of the power it had drained from the city. "Who are you?" Julian asked, his voice a faint echo in the quiet kitchen. "I'm the one who came before you," I said, "and the one who will come after." I reached out and took the camera. It was cold, the kind of cold that doesn't just chill the skin but freezes the soul. I felt the eye on my hand open one last time. It wasn't weeping gray fluid anymore. It was clear. It was a lens. I looked through the viewfinder. I didn't see Julian. I didn't see the kitchen. I saw the city, but it was vibrant again. The colors were screaming. The sun was hot. The people were loud and messy and alive. They were no longer being archived. They were just being. I looked at Julian. "You did your job. The transition is complete." "Where am I going?" he asked. "Into the dark," I said. "Into the great room. It's your turn to wait in the chair." Julian nodded slowly. He didn't look afraid. He looked exhausted. He stood up, his transparent legs wobbling, and walked toward the cellar door. He didn't need to be pushed. He knew the way. He had been hearing the breathing from below since the moment he bought the camera. As the cellar door clicked shut, I felt the house settle. The sandalwood scent vanished, replaced by the smell of rain and wet grass. The sun began to set through the kitchen window, casting long, orange shadows across the linoleum. I walked to the front door and stepped out onto the porch. The ghost dog was there, but he wasn't a ghost anymore. He was a scruffy, black and white terrier with a wet nose and a wagging tail. He barked at a squirrel in the oak tree, a sharp, joyous sound that echoed across the fields. I looked down at my hands. They were young again, not the hands of Elia's and not the hands of the old man. They were my hands. The skin was warm. The pulse was steady. I looked at the Leica in my hand. It was just a camera now, an expensive, beautiful piece of machinery. There was no hum, no vibration, no hunger. I raised it to my eye. I saw the horizon, where the sky was turning a bruised purple. I saw the way the wind moved through the tall grass, creating ripples of silver and gold. It was a perfect shot. I didn't press the shutter. I took the strap from around my neck and hung the camera on a nail by the door. I walked down the porch steps and into the grass. The dog followed me, nipping at my heels. The breathing was gone. The shadows were just shadows. The world was no longer a volume to be bound or a memory to be stored. It was just a moment, fleeting and unrepeatable, and for the first time in a very long time, I was content to let it pass without capturing it. I walked toward the road, toward the city that was still loud and bright and full of people who didn't know how close they had come to disappearing. I didn't look back at the farmhouse. I didn't need to. I knew that in the cellar, the water was still rising and the photographs were still waiting. But for now, the sun was out. I reached the end of the driveway and stopped. A car was parked on the shoulder of the road, a dusty sedan with a flat tire. A young woman was standing by the trunk, looking frustrated. She had a phone in her hand, but she wasn't looking at it. She was looking at the sunset. She saw me and waved. "Hey, do you know how far it is to the next town?" I smiled at her. It was a real smile, one that reached my eyes. "About 10 miles. Do you need some help?" "I think I can handle the tire," she said, wiping a smudge of grease from her forehead. "But I'd love some company. It's a bit creepy out here, don't you think? Like the trees are watching you. I know the feeling, I said, walking toward her, but I think the trees have seen enough for one day. She laughed, and the sound was like a bell. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It wasn't a recording. It wasn't a memory. It was just a sound in the air, vibrating for a second before vanishing forever. I helped her with the tire. We talked about the weather, about the city, about the strange, cold snap that had hit in the middle of July. She told me her name was Maya. She told me she was a painter and that she was traveling west to find a specific kind of light. I used to be a photographer, I told her as I tightened the last lug nut. Used to be, she asked, leaning against the car. Why did you stop? I looked back at the farmhouse, a dark silhouette against the dying light. I realized that some things are better left unseen. Some things are meant to be felt, not captured. She nodded, looking thoughtful. I get that. My teacher used to say that a painting isn't a picture of a thing. It's a picture of the space between you and the thing. Exactly, I said. She got into her car and started the engine. Thanks for the help, stranger. You want a lift? I looked at the long, open road. I looked at the dog who was sitting by my side, waiting for his next command. No thanks, I said. I think I'll walk for a while. I have a lot of catching up to do. Suit yourself, she said with a wave. Stay safe and watch out for the shadows. She drove away, her taillights disappearing into the dusk. I stood there for a long time, watching the empty road. The air was cool but not cold. The silence was deep but not empty. I reached into my pocket and found a small, hard object. I pulled it out. It was a single, unexposed roll of 35 film. I looked at it for a moment, then I wound it out, pulling the long, brown ribbon of plastic into the air. I watched as the light hit the silver halides, ruining the potential for any image, turning the film into a useless, blackened strip of nothing. I let the wind take it. It danced across the road, a dark snake in the twilight, before disappearing into the tall grass. I turned and began to walk. The dog trotted along beside me, his tail held high. We weren't a parade. We weren't a population. We were just a man and a dog walking through a world that was, for the moment, exactly as it appeared to be. The breathing was gone, but as I walked, I realized that I was finally hearing something else. It was my own heart. It was loud, it was steady, and it was mine. The road stretched out like a ribbon of cooling asphalt, the heat of the day radiating from the ground in gentle, invisible waves. For the first time in what felt like centuries, my feet felt heavy. Not the heavy of a burden, but the heavy of mass, of gravity, of belonging to the earth. The scruffy dog, whom I decided to call Jasper, didn't seem to care about the cosmic shifts or the subterranean archives. He found a particularly interesting scent in a patch of wild chicory and snorted with a vigor that made me laugh. The sound of my own laughter was startling. It felt like a foreign object in my throat, something sharp and bright that I hadn't used in a very long time. I walked for miles. The farmhouse shrank behind me until it was nothing more than a splinter on the horizon, eventually swallowed by the encroaching purple of the night. I found myself wondering about Julian. Was he sitting in the chair now? Was he feeling the slow, rhythmic pulse of the house as it digested the city he had harvested? Or was he already sinking into the gray water, joining the thousands of others who were waiting for the next developer to pick up the lens? I felt a pang of something, not guilt exactly, but a weary recognition. The cycle was ancient. The world needed its witnesses, and the witnesses eventually became the evidence. As the moon rose, fat and silver, I reached the outskirts of a small town. The transition from the rural silence to the humming periphery of civilization was gradual. First came a derelict gas station, its neon sign flickering with a dying buzz, "Eat asterisk." Then a cluster of small, pre-war houses with glowing windows and the smell of wood smoke. I stopped at a small bridge over a creek that fed into the river. I leaned over the railing, watching the water. It wasn't gray. It was black, flecked with the reflections of stars. It moved with a chaotic, natural grace, tumbling over stones and dragging fallen leaves toward the sea. It was just water. Jasper let out a soft whine and nudged my hand. I looked down at him, and then I looked at my reflection in the stream. The face staring back was unfamiliar. It was young, perhaps in its late 20s, with a jawline that hadn't yet been softened by the weight of decades and eyes that looked like they had seen the birth of a galaxy. I touched my cheek. The skin was smooth. I wasn't the man in the tweed coat anymore. I wasn't Elias. I was the result of the harvest, a composite of 1,000 lives that had been distilled into this one, singular moment of being. I was a clean slate written on by 1,000,000 ghosts. I walked into the town. It was called Oakhaven, according to a rusted sign at the crossroads. It was the kind of place that felt like it had been forgotten by the modern world, a pocket of stillness where the clock still ticked and the mail was delivered by hand. I found a small diner, the Asterisk Midnight Rail Asterisk, its windows fogged with the steam of coffee and fried onions. I hesitated at the door. I had no money, no identification, nothing but the clothes on my back and a dog who looked like he'd been through a war. But when I pushed the door open, the bell chiming that same familiar note, the waitress didn't look at me with suspicion. She was a woman in her 50s with hair the color of steel wool and a name tag that read Asterisk Dottie Asterisk. She looked at me, then at Jasper, and then back at me. "You look like you've walked from the end of the world, sugar," she said, wiping a counter with a damp cloth. "And that dog looks like he's the one who gave you the directions." "Something like that," I said. My voice was surer now, losing the rattle of the cellar. "Sit down. I don't care if you've got a dime. A man with eyes like yours shouldn't be walking on an empty stomach. And bring the hound in. It's too cold for him to be sitting on the curb." I sat in a vinyl booth that groaned under my weight. The air in the diner was thick and warm, smelling of grease and burnt sugar. It was a sensory overload, a symphony of the mundane. I watched a ceiling fan wobble on its axis. I listened to the low murmur of a radio playing a country song about a lost highway. I watched a fly circle a sugar shaker. It was all so agonizingly real. Dottie brought over a plate of eggs and toast and a bowl of water for Jasper. She set a mug of coffee in front of me and leaned against the counter. "You from around here? I don't recognize the face, and in Oakhaven, that's saying something." "I'm just passing through," I said, taking a sip of the coffee. It was bitter and hot, and it felt like a miracle. "I've been away for a while." "Away is a good place to be sometimes," she said, her eyes softening. "As long as you know how to find your way back. You have a name." I paused. The names I had carried, Elias, the old man, the whispers of Julian, they were all echoes now. I needed something new, something that didn't belong to the archive. "Caleb," I said. The name felt right, it felt solid. "My name is Caleb." "Well, Caleb, welcome to the middle of nowhere. If you're looking for work, the hardware store down the street is looking for someone to help with the deliveries." Old man Miller's back finally gave out, and he's too stubborn to admit he needs a hand. "I might just do that," I said. I stayed in Oakhaven. I took the job at the hardware store. I rented a small room above a bakery that smelled like cinnamon every morning at 4:00 a.m. Jasper slept at the foot of my bed, his dreams filled with chasing phantom squirrels. For weeks, I lived a life of profound, beautiful boredom. I hauled bags of cement. I mixed paint. I listened to the locals complain about the rain and the price of lumber. I was a man among men, a shadow that had finally found a body to inhabit. But the silence wasn't absolute. It started about a month into my stay. I was stacking crates of nails in the back of the store when I felt it, that familiar electric prickle at the base of my skull. It wasn't the breathing, not yet. It was a vibration, a low-frequency hum that seemed to come from the very air itself. I stopped, a box of galvanized screws in my hands, and listened. The sound was coming from the front of the store. I walked out, wiping my hands on my apron. A young woman was standing at the counter looking at a display of pocket knives. She was wearing a yellow raincoat, though it wasn't raining, and she had a camera slung over her shoulder. It wasn't a Leica. It was a modern digital thing, sleek and black, with a lens that looked like a cold, unblinking eye. She looked up as I approached. Her face was pale, and there was a frantic energy in her movements. "Do you have any lithium batteries? The CR123A1s?" "In the back," I said, my voice tight. "I'll get them for you." As I turned to go, she raised the camera. She wasn't looking through the viewfinder. She was just pointing it at the window, at the way the afternoon light hit the dusty floorboards. Clicking. The sound was different, a digital chirp rather than a mechanical snap, but the effect was the same. I felt a momentary thinning of the air. A sliver of the room's reality seemed to vanish, sucked into the black box in her hands. I looked at the floor where the light had been. The dust mote seemed less vibrant, the wood grain a little more muted. I brought her the batteries. My hands were shaking. "You're a photographer." She laughed, a nervous, brittle sound. "Just a hobbyist, but I've been on a roll lately. I can't seem to stop. Everything looks so significant. Do you know what I mean? Like the world is trying to tell me something, and if I don't catch it right now, it'll be gone forever." "I know what you mean," I said. I wanted to tell her to put it down. I wanted to tell her to take the memory and leave the image. I wanted to tell her about the cellar and the gray water and the man in the chair who was waiting for her to finish the roll. But I saw the way her fingers gripped the plastic casing. I saw the hunger in her eyes, the same hunger I had seen in Julian, the same hunger that had once lived in me. It wasn't a choice. It was a summons. "Be careful," I whispered as I handed her the change. "The more you take, the less you have." She frowned, stuffing the batteries into her pocket. "That doesn't make any sense. It's a digital camera. I have a 64-gigabyte card. I can take thousands of pictures." "That's not what I meant," I said. She left the store, the bell ringing behind her. I watched her through the window as she walked down the street, stopping every few feet to aim at a flower, a rusted sign, a sleeping cat. With every chirp of the shutter, the world around her seemed to lose a fraction of its weight. That night, the breathing returned. I was lying in bed, Jasper snoring softly beside me, when I felt the air grow cold. It wasn't the bone-chilling cold of the cellar, but a thin, medicinal chill, like the smell of a hospital corridor. I sat up, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Kayla." It was faint, coming from the corner of the room where the shadows were deepest. "Julian," I whispered. There was no answer, only the sound of the wind against the eaves and the rhythmic, hollow exhale. I got out of bed and walked to the window. The town of Oakhaven lay still under the moonlight, but it looked different. The edges of the buildings were blurred, as if they were being viewed through a lens that was slightly out of focus. The streetlights had a hazy, ethereal glow that didn't cast any real light. I looked at my hands. They were still solid, but the blue veins were starting to shimmer with that pale, gray luminescence. The archive wasn't done with me. I was a success, a composite that had made it to the surface. But a composite is still just a collection of data, and data can be recalled. I dressed quickly, throwing my few belongings into a bag. Jasper was awake now, standing by the door, his hackles raised. He didn't bark, he knew. We went down the back stairs and out into the alleyway. The smell of cinnamon was gone, replaced by the sharp, metallic tang of developer fluid. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to move. I couldn't stay in one place long enough for the shadows to catch up. I passed the hardware store, the diner, the small houses. Every time I passed a window, I saw a flicker of movement, a face, a hand, a fragment of a coat staring back at me from the glass. They weren't reflections. They were the others. They were the thousands of us who had been processed, waiting for their turn to breathe. I reached the bridge where I had first seen my new face. I stopped, gasping for breath. The water below was no longer black. It was turning gray, a thick, viscous slurry that moved with a heavy, unnatural rhythm. "You can't run from the frame, Caleb." I spun around. The girl in the yellow raincoat was standing at the end of the bridge. She wasn't holding her camera anymore. It was hanging from her neck, the lens glowing with a soft, pulsing light. Her face was gone, not erased, but replaced by a shifting mosaic of images. I saw a construction worker's eyes, a woman's mouth, the weathered skin of an old man. "The role is full," she said, and her voice was a chorus of 100 different tones. "The world is getting too thin. We need more substance. We need the composites back." "I'm not going back," I said, backing toward the railing. "I've earned this. I'm real." "Real is just a setting," she said, stepping onto the bridge. With every step, the wooden planks beneath her feet turned to paper, curling and blackening as if scorched by an invisible flame. "You're a high-resolution file in a world that's running out of memory. You're too heavy to stay on the surface." She raised her hand, and the camera on her chest began to whir. The lens extended, the glass grinding against itself. I felt a tugging sensation in my chest, a spiritual gravity pulling me toward that dark glass eye. Jasper lunged then. He wasn't a scruffy terrier anymore. He was a blur of black and white shadow, a creature born of the farmhouse yard. He didn't bite her. He threw himself into the path of the lens, his body expanding into a cloud of dark fur and teeth. The camera chirped, a sharp, agonized sound, and for a second the light flickered. "Run!" The voice wasn't Julian's or Elia's. It was the dog's, or the memory of the dog, the collective spirit of every animal that had ever been trapped in the dark. I didn't hesitate. I climbed over the railing and dropped into the gray water. I expected to sink. I expected the cold to take me, to pull me back down into the cellar, back to the chair and the mahogany desk. But as my body hit the surface, the water didn't part. It shattered. I fell through a sky of broken glass. Fragments of images whirled around me, shards of Oakhaven, slivers of the city, the face of the woman in the yellow raincoat. I saw the farmhouse, but it was inside out, its walls made of negatives, its windows looking out into a void of pure, unexposed white. I landed on something hard and cold. I groaned, rolling onto my back. I was in a room, a vast, infinite room with a ceiling so high it was lost in shadow. The floor was made of polished black stone, and stretching out in every direction were rows upon rows of filing cabinets. They were made of steel, cold and gray, and they hummed with the sound of a billion breathing lungs. I stood up, my legs shaking. I wasn't Caleb anymore. I wasn't anything. I was just a presence in the dark. "Welcome to the great room," a voice said. I turned. Sitting at a small metal desk in the middle of the aisle was a man. He looked like an office clerk from the 1950s, short-sleeved shirt, thin tie, a plastic protector in his pocket. He was sorting through a stack of contact sheets with a magnifying glass. "Where am I?" I asked. "The back end," he said without looking up. "The cloud, the place where the images go when the world doesn't have room for them anymore. You're a bit of a glitch, aren't you? You weren't supposed to jump." "I wanted to be real," I said. The clerk finally looked up. His eyes were like camera shutters, the irises made of overlapping metal blades. "Real is overrated. Real is temporary. Here, you're permanent. You're part of the master file." He stood up and walked to one of the cabinets. He pulled out a drawer. It was filled with thousands of small, transparent slides. He picked one out and held it up to the light. It was a picture of me, the man in the tweed coat, standing on the porch of the farmhouse. "You've been through the cycle 4 times now," he said. "Elia's the old man, the composite Caleb. You're a very durable piece of data. Most people fragment after the second transition. They become background noise, but you keep holding your shape." "I want to go back," I said. "Back where?" "To the world that's being eaten by its own reflection. Every day they take more pictures. Every day they upload more of their lives into the dark. Soon, there won't be anything left up there but the shells. The meat is all down here." He gestured around the room. I looked closer at the filing cabinets. They weren't just holding photos. They were breathing. Each drawer was a lung, expanding and contracting in a slow, synchronized rhythm. Haga. We are the backup for a world that's deleting itself, the clerk said. And you, my friend, have just been promoted. We need someone who knows the surface. We need a curator. He reached out and handed me the magnifying glass. As my fingers touched the handle, I felt a surge of cold power. The room around me shifted. The filing cabinets began to glow with a soft, inner light. I could see through the steel, see the lives tucked away in the drawers, the birthdays, the funerals, the quiet moments of despair, the sudden flashes of joy. I saw Julian. He was in a drawer labeled *J411*. He was asleep, his face peaceful, his name written in a neat, clerkly hand. What do I have to do? I asked. You have to decide what stays and what goes, the clerk said, walking away into the shadows. The world is full, Caleb. If you want to save something, you have to find a place for it here. And if you want to let something go, well, that's what the shredder is for. I looked at the magnifying glass. I looked at the infinite rows of the great room. I sat down at the desk. I picked up a contact sheet. It was a series of shots of a young man with a new camera walking into a park. He was looking for the light. He was looking for a story. I looked at the first frame. I looked at the breathing right behind my neck. I picked up a red pen and circled the image. Develop this one, I whispered, and let the rest burn. The room hummed in response. Somewhere far above, a shutter clicked, and in the dark I began to work. The red ink on the contact sheet seemed to bleed into the paper, turning from a mark of selection into a vein of living color. As I sat there, the weight of the magnifying glass felt heavier than any bag of cement I had hauled in Oakhaven. It wasn't just a tool, it was a tether. I was no longer the man who lived the life. I was the one who decided if the life had happened at all. The clerk had vanished into the labyrinth of steel, but his presence remained in the rhythmic pulse of the drawers. Ha, ha. The sound was no longer a threat. It was a requirement. It was the ventilation system of human history. Every breath I heard was a life being sustained in the substrata of reality. If the breathing stopped, the memory died. If the memory died, the person who lived it, wherever they were, in whatever form they had left, would simply cease to be. They would become a hole in the air, a smudge on the lens. I looked down at the next sheet. It was a series of images of a wedding. The bride was laughing, her veil caught in a sudden gust of wind. The groom looked terrified, his hand clutching a champagne flute as if it were a life preserver. I moved the glass over their faces. I could feel the heat of that day, the smell of lilies and expensive perfume, the underlying anxiety about a mortgage and a mother-in-law. It was all there, compressed into a few millimeters of silver halide and light. I hesitated. Who was I to decide? I was a composite, a ghost made of ghosts. I was the result of a harvest that I now oversaw. The irony was a cold stone in my stomach. To keep myself real in this place, I had to process the reality of others. A soft whine echoed through the vast, sterile silence of the great room. I froze, my heart stuttering. Jasper. From behind a row of cabinets marked *M100 through M500*, a shape emerged. It wasn't the solid, scruffy dog that had shared my bed in Oakhaven. It was a flickering outline, a sketch of a dog made of static and shadow. He looked like a long-exposure photograph of a moving object, blurred at the edges, his tail a wagging smear of gray. He approached the desk, his paws making no sound on the polished black stone. He sat down and looked up at me. His eyes were the only part of him that remained sharp, two amber points of light that held a terrible, ancient intelligence. "You're still here," I whispered, reaching out to touch him. My hand passed through his head like a comb through smoke. I felt a faint tingle, a discharge of static electricity, but no warmth, no fur. Jasper tilted his head. He didn't bark, but a sound vibrated in my mind, a low, resonant frequency that translated into a feeling of profound warning. He wasn't happy I was in the chair. He hadn't saved me from the woman in the yellow raincoat so that I could become the very thing I was fleeing. He had pushed me into the water hoping I would swim to a different shore, not sink into the engine room. "I don't have a choice, Jasper," I said, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the infinite space. "The clerk said the world is full. If I don't curate this, it all gets deleted. I'm saving them." Jasper circled the desk once, his tail drooping. He stopped at a specific drawer in the L** section. He nudged it with his ghostly nose. I stood up, my joints popping with the sound of dry twigs. I walked to the drawer and pulled it open. The breathing from this particular cabinet was shallow, like a child with a fever. I reached inside and pulled out a single glass slide. It was a picture of a small, wooden porch. There was a bowl of water on the boards and a worn leather leash draped over a chair. There was no dog in the frame. There was only the space where a dog should be. "This is you," I said. "This is your anchor." Jasper nudged my hand, pushing it toward the shredder, a sleek black slot at the end of the desk that hummed with a hungry, ozone smell. "No," I said, clutching the slide to my chest. "If I shred this, you're gone completely, not even a shadow. I won't do it." The dog let out a sound that wasn't a whine or a growl, but a sigh of such immense weariness that the rows of cabinets seemed to lean in to listen. He didn't want to be a file. He didn't want to be a durable piece of data. He wanted the end that every living thing is promised, and that this place denied. He wanted the blackness that comes after the light, not the eternal, frozen gray of the archive. I looked back at the desk, at the red pen and the magnifying glass. I looked at the thousands of slides I had yet to process. The clerk had called me a curator, but that was a lie. I was a jailer. This wasn't the cloud. It was a morgue where the bodies never rotted. The breathing I had heard behind my neck all those months. It wasn't Julian stalking me. It was the collective gasp of billions of souls trapped in the frame, trying to suck enough air out of the living world to stay visible. Julian hadn't been a monster. He had been a victim trying to find a way to exhale. I looked at the slide of the porch again. Then I looked at the red pen. I didn't circle the image. I didn't mark it for development. Instead, I took the pen and I began to write on the glass of the slide. I didn't write a name or a date. I wrote a single word: release. As soon as the last letter was formed, the slide began to vibrate. The image of the porch didn't fade. It expanded. The wooden grain of the floorboards began to bleed out of the glass, spilling onto the black stone floor of the great room. The smell of sun-warmed cedar filled the air. Jasper let out a sharp, joyful bark, a real sound, a physical vibration. He jumped into the expanding image, his shadow body suddenly gaining weight, fur, and heat. He landed on the wooden boards of the porch, his claws clicking on the wood. He turned back to look at me, his tongue lolling out, his tail a frantic blur of happiness. And then he was gone. The slide shattered in my hand, the glass turning into fine white sand that slipped through my fingers. The porch, the leash, the dog, they weren't in the archive anymore. They weren't in the world either. They were simply asterisk over asterisk. "What have you done?" The clerk was standing at the end of the aisle. He didn't look like a 1950s office worker anymore. His skin was the color of unexposed film, and his clothes were shifting patterns of static. His eyes, the shuttered irises, were clicking rapidly, trying to focus on the void where the slide had been. "I'm clearing the memory," I said, my voice growing stronger. "You're destroying the master file. That was a primary record. Without the records, the surface has no foundation. You'll collapse the whole damn thing." "Let it collapse," I said. I grabbed a handful of slides from the open drawer. L102, L103, L104, a woman at a piano, a boy holding a frog, a garden in the rain. I didn't even look at them. I took the red pen and slashed the word release across every one of them. The great room began to shake. The rhythmic breathing broke its synchronization, turning into a chaotic cacophony of gasps, sobs, and laughter. The floor beneath my feet began to crack, white light leaking through the fissures. "Stop!" the clerk screamed, lunging toward me. His hands were like claws, his fingers elongated into sharp, metallic needles, the tools of a faux retoucher. "You don't understand. We are the only thing keeping the dark at bay. If we don't hold the images, there is nothing but the cellar." "The cellar is where you live," I shouted, dodging his grasp. I ran down the aisle, dragging the red pen across the faces of the filing cabinets. Everywhere the ink touched, the steel began to dissolve. The drawers flew open, and the slides within turned into a blizzard of light. I saw the woman in the yellow raincoat. She was standing in one of the aisles, her camera raised. But she wasn't taking pictures anymore. She was weeping, the images on her face shifting so fast they became a blur of motion. "Help me," she whispered, her voice a thousandfold echo. "I'm so full, I can't see. I can't see anything but what I've taken." I reached out and grabbed the camera around her neck. I didn't pull it off. I took the red pen and jammed it into the lens. The glass shattered, and a torrent of light erupted from the casing. It wasn't the cold, gray light of the archive. It was the blinding, golden heat of 1,000 suns. The woman screamed, but it wasn't a sound of pain. It was a sound of relief. Her body began to unravel, the yellow raincoat turning into a flock of birds that flew upward toward the invisible ceiling. Her face settled into a single, final expression, a look of profound peace, before she vanished into the glare. The clerk was on me then. He tackled me to the floor, his needle fingers stabbing at my chest. "You're a glitch, a failure. I should have shredded you when you were still Julian." "I'm not Julian," I gasped, fighting to keep the pen in my hand. "I'm not Caleb. I'm the one who remembers how to forget." I stabbed the pen into his chest, right where the plastic pocket protector was. The ink didn't stain his shirt, it sank into him like acid. He let out a mechanical screech, his body flickering between 100 different identities: a soldier, a nurse, a beggar, a king. He was the ultimate composite, the one who had stayed in the great room so long he had become the sum of all its parts. "Release," I whispered. The clerk exploded. There was no blood, no bone, just a massive discharge of information. 1,000,000,000 bits of data, names, dates, addresses, favorite colors, first loves, shot outward in a spherical wave. The impact knocked me back into the mahogany desk. I slumped against the cold metal, watching as the great room began to tear itself apart. The filing cabinets were melting, the steel turning into a liquid gray sludge that flowed toward the cracks in the floor. The breathing was stopping. One by one, the lungs of the archive were falling silent. In the sudden, growing quiet, I saw a single drawer that hadn't opened. It was at the very bottom of the desk I had been sitting at. It had no label, no number. I crawled toward it, my hands trembling. I pulled it open. Inside was a single, dusty Leica camera. An old M3, the leatherette peeling at the corners, the metal worn smooth by years of use. Beside it was a stack of yellow boxes, Kodachrome film. I picked up the camera. It felt heavy. It felt real. It didn't pulse with electric hunger. It was just a machine, a tool for capturing a moment so that it could be cherished, not so that it could be stolen. I looked through the viewfinder. For the first time since I had entered the farmhouse, the world looked sharp. I didn't see a composite. I didn't see a file. I saw the great room as it truly was, a hollow, artificial construct built out of fear. We were so afraid of losing our lives that we had handed them over to a machine that promised to keep them forever, never realizing that forever is just another word for dead. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned, expecting the clerk or the woman in the yellow raincoat. It was a man in a tweed coat. He was old, his face a map of 1,000 stories, his eyes tired but kind. He looked exactly like the man I had seen in the reflection of the stream, back when I thought I was Elias. "You did well, son," he said. His voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Are you Elias?" I asked. "I'm the part of you that stayed behind," he said. The part that didn't want to be a composite. The part that just wanted to have a cup of coffee and watch the rain. Is it over? The archive is closed, he said, gesturing to the crumbling room. But the world is very thin right now. It needs people to go back. People who know the difference between a picture and a life. How do I get back? He pointed to the Leica in my hand. You have one roll of film left. Use it to find your way home. But remember, don't take the beauty, just witness it. He began to fade, his tweed coat blending into the gray mist that was filling the room. Wait, I called out. What about Jasper? Where did he go? The old man smiled. He went to the porch, Caleb. He went to the porch. I was alone in the void. The great room was gone. The filing cabinets, the clerk, the breathing, all gone. There was only me, the Leica, and the infinite white silence. I looked at the camera. I realized I didn't have any film in it. I opened the back, and there, sitting in the chamber, was a single roll of Kodachrome. I pulled the leader across, slotted it into the take-up spool, and closed the back. I wound the lever. Click-clack. The sound was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It wasn't a digital chirp or a hollow exhale. It was the sound of a choice. I raised the camera to my eye. I didn't look for a subject. I didn't look for a significant moment. I just waited. I waited until I felt a faint breeze on my cheek. It smelled of cinnamon and fried onions. It smelled of wet dog and wood smoke. It smelled of a world that was messy, temporary, and heartbreakingly beautiful. I saw a glimmer of green in the white void, a blade of grass, then another. I saw the edge of a rusted sign that read asterisk Oakhaven asterisk. I saw a window fogged with steam. I saw Dottie standing behind the counter of the asterisk midnight rail asterisk, her steel wool hair illuminated by the morning sun. She was looking out the window, a damp cloth in her hand, her expression one of quiet, expectant waiting. I didn't take her picture. I didn't want to trap her in the glass. I stepped forward, out of the white and onto the cracked asphalt of the crossroads. The weight of the camera around my neck felt right. The air in my lungs was my own. I walked toward the diner. The bell chimed as I pushed the door open. Dottie looked up, and for a second I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes, not for Caleb or Elias or the man in the tweed coat. She saw me. Well, she said, a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. You look like you've been somewhere important. You want the usual sugar. I'd love it, I said, sitting in the vinyl booth. I looked down at the floor. There, lying by my feet, was a scruffy terrier with a black patch over one eye. He let out a soft whine and nudged my hand with his cold, wet nose. I reached down and scratched him behind the ears. His fur was coarse and warm. He was solid. He was real. I took the Leica off my neck and set it on the table. I didn't need it right now. The moment was happening, and that was enough. But then I felt it. Just a tiny prickle at the base of my skull, a faint, rhythmic vibration in the air. I looked at the window. Across the street, a young man was standing on the sidewalk. He had a brand new smartphone in his hand. He was holding it up, framing the diner, his thumb hovering over the screen. He tapped the glass. Clicking. Inside the diner, the light dimmed for a fraction of a second. The smell of coffee seemed a little less sharp. Jasper let out a low, uneasy growl. I looked at my hand on the table. For a heartbeat, the skin seemed translucent, the blue veins shimmering with a pale, gray light. I gripped the edge of the table until my knuckles turned white. I wasn't going back. I had the red pen in my pocket, and I had the memory of the great room. The harvest was still happening. The world was still being eaten by its own reflection, but I knew the secret now. I leaned back in the booth and waited for my coffee. I wasn't a file. I wasn't a composite. I was the one who was watching the watchers, and as long as I stayed awake, the breathing would stay where it belonged, behind me in the dark where it couldn't touch the light. The coffee arrived, steaming and thick, served in a heavy ceramic mug that felt like an anchor in my palm. Dottie didn't linger. She moved back to the grill, the scrape of her spatula against the metal providing a rhythmic, grounding soundtrack to the morning. I took a sip. It was bitter, slightly burnt, and absolutely perfect. It was a sensation that didn't need to be curated or stored. It just was. But the prickle at the base of my neck didn't subside. It intensified, a cold draft in a room with no open windows. I turned my head slowly, looking past the open sign toward the young man on the sidewalk. He was still there, but he wasn't looking at the diner anymore. He was staring at his screen, his thumb flying in a frantic blur, scrolling through a feed I knew would be filled with ghosts. He was feeding the archive, 1 megabyte at a time, unaware that he was thinning the very ground he stood on. I looked down at Jasper. The dog was staring at the door, his hackles raised in a jagged ridge along his spine. He wasn't looking at the man, he was looking at the space around the man. To Jasper, the world wasn't a series of images, it was a tapestry of scents and vibrations. He could smell the ozone of the great room. He could hear the clicking of the shuttered irises. "Easy boy," I whispered, though my own heart was beginning to hammer against my ribs. I reached into my pocket. My fingers brushed against the red pen. It felt impossibly heavy, cold as a surgical instrument. It shouldn't have been there. I had left the great room. I had collapsed the sector. But as the old man in the tweed coat had said, the world was thin. The boundaries between the lived experience and the recorded memory had become porous, like a photograph left out in the rain until the colors began to bleed into the paper. A shadow fell across the table. I didn't look up. I watched the way the light from the window was blocked out, replaced by a gray, flickering gloom that didn't belong to the sun. "Is this seat taken?" The voice was familiar. It wasn't the clerk's mechanical drone or the woman's fractured whisper. It was the voice I had heard in the farmhouse, the voice of Julian. But it was layered, like a chorus of people speaking the same words at slightly different intervals. I looked up. He looked like me, but a version of me that had been photocopied too many times. His edges were soft, his features slightly misaligned. He wore the same flannel shirt I had on, but the pattern didn't quite line up at the seams. He sat down opposite me, his movements jerky, like a stop-motion animation. "You shouldn't have broken the slides," Julian said. He didn't pick up the menu. He didn't look at the coffee. He looked at the Leica sitting on the table between us. "The archive isn't just a storage facility, Caleb. It's a dam. You've cracked the wall and now the reservoir is leaking." "It's not a reservoir," I said, my voice steady despite the trembling in my legs. "It's a graveyard. People deserve to end. They deserve to be forgotten." Julian leaned forward. As he moved, I could see the diner through him, the pie case, the neon clock, the grease-stained walls. He was a transparency, a slide that had been projected onto the air. Forgotten is a luxury we can no longer afford. There are too many of us now. 8 billion stories, all demanding to be permanent. If we don't curate them, if we don't compress them into the great room, they spill out. They overlap. They overwrite the present. He pointed a translucent finger toward the window. The young man with the smartphone was gone, but in his place stood a woman in Victorian morning dress, her face a blur of silver nitrate grain. She was walking a dog that was nothing more than a skeletal outline of light. Beside her, a businessman from the 1980s was shouting into a brick-sized cell phone, his image flickering with the tracking errors of an old VHS tape. The crossroads of Oakhaven were becoming a palimpsest, a surface where the new was being written over the old, but the old refused to fade. The breathing, I realized, the cold stone returning to my stomach. "It's not behind me anymore." "No," Julian said, his voice dropping to a resonant hum. "It's everywhere. It's the sound of the world trying to find a place to sit down. You released them, Caleb. You gave them back their weight, but there's no room for them on the surface. So they're crowding in. They're looking for a host." Jasper let out a sharp, pained yelp. I looked down and saw the dog's paws beginning to blur. The solid, warm fur was turning into that familiar gray static. He looked up at me, his amber eyes wide with a plea I couldn't bear to translate. "Stop it," I hissed at Julian. "Leave him alone." "I'm not doing it," Julian said sadly. "The world is doing it. It's seeking equilibrium. You destroyed the curator. Now the archive is self-organizing. It's looking for a new foundation. It's looking for someone who knows how to hold the pen." He pushed the Leica toward me. "Take a picture, Caleb. Capture the dog. Save him in the glass. It's the only way to keep him from dissolving into the noise." I looked at Jasper. I looked at the camera. My hand hovered over the cold metal of the Leica. It would be so easy. A fraction of a second, a click of the shutter, and I could preserve him. I could keep the wag of his tail, the warmth of his breath, the loyal intelligence of his eyes. I could tuck him away in a frame where the world couldn't touch him. But I remembered the slide of the porch. I remembered the immense weariness in Jasper's ghostly sigh when he had been a prisoner of the *L* section. He hadn't wanted to be a durable piece of data. He had wanted to be asterisk over asterisk. "No," I said. I pulled my hand back. Julian's face distorted, his eyes widening into the shuttered irises of the clerk. "If you don't, he'll become part of the static. He'll be a smudge on the lens of everyone who passes through this place. Is that what you want for him? To be a ghost that doesn't even know its own name?" "I want him to be free," I said. I grabbed the red pen. I didn't write on a slide this time. I leaned over the table and with a quick, decisive motion, I drew a jagged red line across the surface of the Leica's lens. The reaction was instantaneous. The camera didn't break, it shrieked. A high-pitched electronic wail tore through the diner, shattering the pie case and sending Dottie ducking behind the counter. The red ink began to glow, a neon scar across the eye of the machine. Julian recoiled, his form flickering violently. "What are you doing? That's the last anchor. If you destroy the lens, you destroy the bridge." "Good," I said. I stood up, holding the red pen like a dagger. I didn't look at the ghosts outside. I didn't look at the overlapping eras of Oakhaven. I looked at the table where I had sat, at the half-finished coffee and the crumbs of a life I was trying to reclaim. I realized then that the great room hadn't been a place I stumbled into. It was a place we all carried with us. Every time we chose the image over the moment, every time we lived for the record rather than the experience, we were building the cabinets. We were the architects of our own haunting. "Dottie," I yelled over the screeching of the camera. She peeked over the counter, her eyes wide. "Caleb, what's happening? The radio. It's playing everything at once." "Close your eyes," I shouted. "Don't look at the light. Just remember the smell of the coffee. Remember the weight of the cloth in your hand. Don't let go of the asterisk now." I turned back to Julian. He was no longer a man. He was a column of shifting images, a car crash, a birthday party, a funeral, a first kiss, all of them screaming for attention, all of them begging to be seen. "Release," I whispered, and I plunged the red pen into the center of the flickering mass. The world turned inside out. The white void didn't return. Instead, there was a roar of color and sound so intense it felt like being scoured by a solar wind. I felt myself being pulled apart, my own memories, my mother's face, the smell of the farmhouse, the cold water of the stream leaking out of me. The archive was trying to reclaim its lost data. It was trying to fold me back into the filing system. I felt a cold, wet nose press against my palm. "Jasper." I gripped his collar, not the ghostly leash, but the real, worn leather. I held on to him with everything I had. I didn't try to remember him. I just felt asterisk him. I felt the vibration of his growl, the heat of his body, the frantic beating of his heart. He was my tether. He wasn't a record. He was a living, breathing presence. And as long as I held onto the physical reality of him, the archive couldn't erase me. The screeching reached a crescendo, then snapped into a profound, terrifying silence. I was on my knees on the floor of the asterisk midnight rail. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and burnt toast. The light coming through the windows was pale and gray, the early morning light of a world that had been scrubbed clean. I looked up. The diner was empty. The ghosts were gone. The Victorian woman, the businessman, the overlapping eras had vanished. The street outside was just a street. The asphalt was cracked, the weeds were overgrown, and the Oakhaven sign was rusted and peeling. It wasn't beautiful and it wasn't permanent. It was just real. Julian was gone. The Leica on the table had melted into a lump of black plastic and twisted metal, the red ink still glowing faintly in the ruins of the lens. I felt a weight on my legs. Jasper was lying across my lap, his chest heaving as he panted. I ran my hand down his side. He was solid. He was warm. He was shedding fur onto my jeans. "We're here," I breathed. "We're really here." I looked toward the counter. Dottie was standing there, leaning heavily on the register. She looked older than she had a moment ago. There were more lines around her eyes, and her hair seemed thinner, more gray. She looked like a woman who had lived a long, hard life, not a curated image of a waitress. She looked at me and her eyes cleared. "Caleb, you okay, honey? You went real pale there for a minute. I thought you were gonna faint." I realized then that for her, the collapse hadn't been a cosmic event. It had been a stutter in the rhythm of the day, a dizzy spell, a moment of déjà vu that had finally passed. The world had reset, but it had reset with the weight of time restored to it. Things were allowed to age again. Things were allowed to break. "I'm okay, Dottie," I said, finding my feet. My joints ached. My head throbbed. I felt the wonderful, terrible burden of being a body in time. "I think I just need to get home." "You do that," she said, her voice warm. "And take that dog with you. He's been fretting over you like a mother hen." I walked to the door, Jasper trotting at my heels. As I reached for the handle, I stopped. I looked back at the table. The red pen was lying there next to the melted camera. It looked like an ordinary pen now, the ink dried and dull. I thought about picking it up, about keeping it as a weapon or a tool. But then I realized that as long as I held onto the tools of the archive, I was still part of the system. To truly be free, I had to let go of the power to release or curate. I had to accept the world as it came, without the need to mark it. I left the pen on the table. Outside, the air was crisp and smelled of damp earth. I started walking down the road toward the farmhouse. The silence was no longer sterile. It was filled with the rustle of wind in the trees, the distant call of a crow, the crunch of my own boots on the gravel. I didn't look behind me. I didn't check to see if the breathing was there. I knew it wasn't. The collective gasp had been exhaled. The billions of souls I had released weren't stalking the living anymore. They had moved on to whatever comes after the light, leaving the world to those of us who were still clumsy enough to be alive. As I turned the corner toward the long driveway, I saw the farmhouse. It looked smaller than I remembered, more fragile. The white paint was flaking and the porch was sagging on one side. It wasn't a monument, it was a house. I saw a figure sitting on the porch steps. My heart skipped. I slowed my pace, my breath catching in my throat. It was a woman. She was wearing a simple cotton dress, her hair tied back in a messy bun. She was paring an apple, the long peel curling down toward her feet. She looked up as I approached. It wasn't the woman in the yellow raincoat. It wasn't a composite of 1,000 memories. It was Sarah. She looked older. There were streaks of silver in her dark hair and her hands were calloused. She looked like she had been waiting a long time, but not in the frozen way of the archive. She had been waiting in the way that people wait, with patience, with worry, and with the steady passage of seasons. "Caleb," she said, her voice cracking. She stood up, the apple and the knife falling to the porch boards. She didn't look like a photograph. She looked like a miracle. I ran. I didn't care about the camera, or the great room, or the thinning of the world. I ran until I reached the porch, until I could reach out and touch her. She was warm. She smelled of apples and rain. When I pulled her to me, I felt the solid, unmistakable thrum of her life against mine. "You're back," she whispered into my shoulder. The fog, it finally lifted. "I'm back," I said. Jasper leaped onto the porch, barking joyfully, circling us both until he tripped over the discarded apple. We laughed, a real, messy, unrecorded sound that echoed across the fields and vanished into the sky. I looked out over the valley. The sun was beginning to set, casting long, golden shadows across the grass. It was a beautiful sight, the kind of moment I once would have reached for a camera to capture, desperate to hold onto the light before it failed. Instead, I just watched it. I watched the colors deepen from gold to orange to a bruised, magnificent purple. I watched the shadows stretch and merge, welcoming the coming dark. I felt a faint tingle at the base of my brain, a phantom memory of the shutter's click. For a second, I felt the urge to frame the scene, to preserve the way the light hit Sarah's face. But I didn't. I let the light fade. I let the moment go. I closed my eyes and listened to the silence of the evening. There was no breathing behind my neck. There was only the sound of the wind, the steady heartbeat of the woman in my arms, and the quiet, wonderful knowledge that tomorrow, none of this would look exactly the same. We went inside and I shut the door. The house was dark, but it wasn't empty. It was full of the shadows of things that were real, and for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't afraid of the dark. I was just a man in a house at the end of a day, waiting for the moon to rise, and that was more than enough. The first night back in the house felt like learning to breathe underwater. The air was thick with the weight of years that hadn't been lived, or rather, years that had been lived in a flickering, half-lit state of suspension. Sarah didn't ask where I had been, and I didn't tell her about the great room or the man with the shuttered eyes. How could I? To speak of the archive was to give it a shape again, and I wanted it to remain a formless smear of static in the rearview mirror of my mind. We sat in the kitchen, the linoleum floor cold beneath my feet. The refrigerator hummed, a jagged mechanical sound that made me flinch until I realized it was just a motor, not a chorus of trapped voices. Sarah made tea. She moved with a slight limp I didn't remember, a gift from a winter slip on the porch 2 years ago, she told me. 2 years. To me, it had been a matter of hours, a descent into a basement that stretched into infinity. To her, it had been a long, agonizing season of watching me walk through the rooms like a man made of glass, my eyes fixed on things she couldn't see. "You were always looking for the right light," she said, her voice soft as she set a chipped mug in front of me. "Even when there wasn't any. You'd stand at the window for hours, Caleb. I thought I'd lost you to the shadows." "I was just trying to remember," I said. It was the closest to the truth I could get. Jasper lay by the stove, his tail thumping a slow, rhythmic beat against the wood. He was shedding heavily, leaving tufts of golden fur on the floor. I watched them, mesmerized. In the archive, nothing fell away. Nothing was lost. To see the evidence of his physical decay, his simple, messy biology, was the most beautiful thing I had ever witnessed. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed beside Sarah, listening to the house settle. Houses in the real world are never silent. They groan under the pressure of gravity. The wood expands and contracts. The wind finds the gaps in the window frames. It was a symphony of imperfection. I kept my eyes open, watching the way the moon moved across the ceiling, a slow, analog transit that couldn't be paused or rewound. But as the clock chimed 3, a familiar sensation returned. It wasn't the breathing, not yet, but a subtle, high-pitched ringing in my ears, like the feedback from a distant microphone. I sat up, my skin prickling. I looked at my hands in the moonlight. They looked solid, but there was a faint, shimmering quality to the air around them, a graininess that reminded me of high ISO film. I climbed out of bed, careful not to wake Sarah, and crept downstairs. Jasper was awake. He was standing in the middle of the living room, his head cocked to the side. He wasn't looking at the door this time. He was looking at the bookshelf. I walked over to it. My old albums were there, the ones I had curated long before the great room had claimed me. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and pulled out a leather-bound book of family photos. I opened it to the middle. The ink was running. It wasn't water damage. The black and white images were melting, the silver halides migrating across the paper like a colony of panicked ants. My grandfather's face was a smear of gray. The barn behind him was dissolving into a cloud of charcoal dust. It was as if the destruction of the Leica and the red pen hadn't ended the collapse, but merely changed its pace. "No," I whispered. "I broke the bridge, I destroyed the lens." But Julian's voice echoed in the back of my skull. "The archive is self-organizing. It's looking for a new foundation." I realized then that the red pen hadn't been a weapon of destruction. It had been a tool of transition. By marking the world, I had taught the world how to mark itself. The now I had fought so hard to reclaim was still being hunted by the then. I heard a soft click from the kitchen. I froze. Jasper let out a low, uncertain woof. I walked toward the doorway, my heart hammering. The kitchen table was no longer empty. Sitting there, bathed in the pale light of the open refrigerator, was the young man from the diner, the one with the smartphone. He wasn't a ghost anymore, or at least not a flickering one. He looked solid, but his skin had the matte texture of a printed page. He was staring at his phone, but the screen was dark. "It won't load," he said. His voice was thin, like a recording played through a tiny speaker. "I'm trying to post the sunset, but the signal is gone." "You shouldn't be here," I said, my voice cracking. "This is my home, this is the present." The young man looked up. His eyes were flat, two-dimensional discs of ink. "Is it? Everything I have is in here." He tapped the dark screen of his phone. "If I can't upload it, did it happen? If I don't have the data, do I even exist?" Behind him, the kitchen wall began to change. The floral wallpaper didn't peel, it rendered. I watched in horror as the pattern flickered, replaced by a grid of tiny, glowing squares, pixels of memory trying to overwrite the plaster. A scene began to form on the wall. A Christmas morning from 1994, a birthday party from a house 3 states away, a grainy video of a child's first steps. The house was becoming a screen. "Sarah," I yelled, turning back toward the stairs. But Sarah was already there, standing on the bottom step. She wasn't looking at the man at the table. She was looking at her own hands. "Caleb," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I can't feel my fingers, they feel thin." I ran to her, grabbing her hands. They were cold, and as I watched, the wedding ring on her finger began to lose its luster, turning into a dull, gray circle of graphite. The archive wasn't just coming for the records. It was coming for the substance of the world. It was trying to turn the living into the archived. "We have to go," I said, pulling her toward the door. "Go where?" she cried. "It's everywhere, Caleb. Look at the trees." I looked through the window. The woods at the edge of the property were no longer green and brown. They were a riot of mismatched resolutions. Some branches were sharp and hyper-detailed, every leaf a jagged edge of digital clarity. Others were blurred into the soft focus of a 1970s postcard. The sky wasn't dark. It was a blue screen of death, a flat neon void that hummed with the sound of a billion cooling fans. I grabbed my coat from the hook, but as my hand touched the fabric, it dissolved into a handful of magnetic tape. I recoiled, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The breathing was back. It wasn't behind my neck anymore. It was coming from the walls, from the floorboards, from the very air I was trying to pull into my lungs. It was the sound of the world being compressed. A trillion breaths, all fighting for the same cubic inch of space. "The pen," I muttered, looking at the empty spot on the counter where I had imagined leaving it. "I should have destroyed it. I should have ground it to dust." "You can't destroy a concept, Caleb," a voice said. I turned. Julian was standing by the stove. He wasn't a transparency anymore. He was a mosaic of 1,000 different faces, his features shifting every second. A child, an old woman, a soldier, a bride. He was the archive made flesh. The great room was a mercy, Julian of 1,000 Faces said. It kept the noise contained. You thought you were liberating the spirits, but you were only removing the filter. Now, the past is flooding the present. There is no now left, Caleb. There is only the sum of everything that has ever been recorded. There has to be a way to stop it, I said, shielding Sarah behind me. Jasper was growling now, a deep, guttural sound that seemed to be the only real thing left in the room. There is no stopping it, Julian said. There is only curation. You rejected the role of the clerk, so the system is curating itself. It's deleting the redundancies. It's merging the files. He pointed at Sarah. She is a redundancy. You have 10,000 images of her in your mind, in your drawers, in your heart. The archive doesn't need the physical version. It already has the data. Sarah's form flickered. For a terrifying second, she became a series of still frames, Sarah laughing, Sarah sleeping, Sarah crying. No, I roared. I looked around the kitchen, desperate for anything that wasn't a record. My eyes fell on the stove. The pilot light was still burning, a tiny, flickering blue flame. It was a chemical reaction, a physical process of combustion. It wasn't data, it was fire. I reached out and grabbed the cast iron skillet from the burner. It was hot, searingly hot. The pain was sharp and white, a jagged lightning bolt that tore through the digital haze. The room stabilized. The pixels on the wall stuttered and faded. Julian recoiled, his composite face twisting in a grimace of static. Pain, I gasped, clutching the hot metal. The archive can't record pain. It can only record the memory of it, but the act, the sensation, it's too heavy for the slides. You can't hurt yourself enough to save the world, Caleb, Julian hissed. I don't have to save the world, I said, my teeth clenched against the agony in my palm. I just have to break the record. I turned to Sarah. Sarah, listen to me. We have to do something unpredictable, something that isn't in the script, something that can't be categorized. She looked at me, her eyes streaming with tears. What? I don't understand. The archive knows us by our patterns, I said. It knows what we say, how we move, what we love. It's built on the predictable. We have to be the noise in the system. I looked at Jasper. The dog seemed to understand. He didn't bark, he didn't growl. He walked over to the kitchen table and with a sudden, chaotic burst of energy, he began to knock everything off. The mugs, the salt shaker, the bowl of fruit. It wasn't a curated action. It was a mess. I joined him. I didn't think. I just acted. I threw the skillet through the window. I kicked over the chairs. I grabbed a handful of flour from the pantry and threw it into the air, creating a white, choking cloud that obscured the flickering pixels on the walls. I grabbed Sarah's hand, the real, warm, terrified hand, and I started to dance. It wasn't a graceful dance. It was a frantic, stumbling movement, a rejection of the still frame and the poised portrait. We spun through the flour, through the wreckage of our kitchen, making a sound that was neither a laugh nor a cry, but a raw, primal shriek of existence. The house began to shake. The images on the walls screamed as they were distorted. The Christmas mornings and birthday parties stretched into unrecognizable ribbons of light. The young man at the table vanished, his smartphone shattering into 1,000 bits of meaningless code. Julian began to dissolve. You're destroying the sequence. Good, I yelled. We burst through the back door and into the yard. The blue screen sky was cracking, revealing the deep, velvet black of a true night. The stars weren't flickering pixels. They were distant, ancient fires, too far away to be archived. We ran into the fields. I didn't look for the path. I didn't look for the light. I just ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, until we collapsed into the long, wet grass at the edge of the creek. Jasper fell beside us, his tongue hanging out, his fur coated in flour and mud. We lay there for a long time, the three of us, breathing in the damp scent of the earth. The silence that followed was different from the silence of the great room. It wasn't the silence of an empty tomb. It was the silence of a world that had finally stopped talking to itself. I looked up at the stars. They were steady. I reached out and touched Sarah's face. She was solid. The silver in her hair was just hair. The lines around her eyes were just skin. "Is it over?" she whispered. "I don't know," I said, "but for now we're unrecorded." I looked back toward the house. It sat on the hill, a dark silhouette against the fading digital glow of the horizon. It looked old. It looked broken. It looked like a place where things were allowed to end. I knew the archive was still out there. I knew that somewhere in the pockets of the world where people lived through their screens and traded their moments for memories, the great room was still expanding. The breathing would return, eventually. The past is a hungry ghost, and it never truly stops trying to eat the present. But as I sat there in the mud, holding the woman I loved and the dog that had guided me through the dark, I realized that the only way to fight the archive was to live a life that was too messy to be filed, to be the blur in the photograph, to be the smudge on the lens. I stood up, helping Sarah to her feet. My hand was blistered from the skillet, a raw, throbbing reminder of the price of reality. I welcomed it. "Let's go home," I said. "The kitchen is a mess," Sarah said, a small, shaky laugh escaping her lips. "I know," I said, smiling into the dark. "Isn't it wonderful?" We walked back toward the house, our footsteps heavy and loud in the grass. We didn't look back. We didn't take a picture. We just walked, 3 shadows moving through the night, leaving no record behind but the flattened grass and the fading heat of our breath in the cold air. And behind us, the world continued to turn, unseen, uncurated, and gloriously, terrifyingly free. The morning that followed was not golden. It was a bruised, heavy gray, the kind of light that felt like wet wool pressing against the window panes. I woke up on the floor of the living room, my back against the sofa and Sarah's head resting on my shoulder. Jasper was curled into a tight ball at our feet, his fur still matted with the white flour from our frantic midnight defiance. The house was quiet, but it was a heavy, physical silence. I stayed still for a long time, afraid that if I moved, I would trigger a refresh rate. I looked at the palm of my hand. The blister from the skillet was angry and red, weeping a clear fluid. It hurt with a dull, throbbing intensity that was the most reassuring sensation I had ever known. It was a localized truth. I gently shifted Sarah and she stirred, her eyes fluttering open. For a heartbeat, I saw the terror return to her pupils, the memory of her hands thinning into transparency. But then she felt the solid weight of me, saw the messy wreckage of our home, and her breath hitched in a sob of relief. "We're still here," she whispered. "We're still here," I confirmed. We spent the morning cleaning, but we didn't do it with the efficiency of people restoring order. We did it with a strange, reverent clumsiness. Every broken shard of the mugs Jasper had knocked over was a relic of a moment that hadn't been captured. I swept them into a dustpan, the grating sound of porcelain on wood feeling like music. We didn't talk about Julian. We didn't talk about the pixels or the young man with the phone. To speak of them felt like inviting the metadata back into the room. Around noon, the mailman's truck rattled up the gravel drive. I froze, my hand tightening around the handle of the broom. In the great room, there were no visitors, only echoes. I watched through the window as the man, a thick-set fellow named Greg who had delivered our mail for a decade, hopped out of the truck. He looked agonizingly real. He had a smudge of mustard on his uniform shirt, and he was whistling a tune that was slightly off-key. He shoved a handful of circulars into the box and waved toward the house, though he couldn't see me through the glass. He was a creature of habit, a man existing in a linear flow of time, unaware that the sky had nearly turned into a monitor the night before. I walked out to the porch to meet him. I needed to see if the world beyond our driveway was still holding its shape. "Morning, Caleb," Greg called out, heading back to his truck. "Nasty storm last night, eh? Lightning was something fierce. My TV went all haywire for an hour, just static and some weird-looking shapes." My heart did a slow, heavy roll in my chest. Static. Yeah, you know how it is with these digital signals. One bit of interference and the whole picture falls apart into those little blocks. My wife thought the screen was melting. He chuckled, climbing into the driver's seat. Anyway, looks like a clear run today. Take care of that hand, looks like a nasty burn. He drove off, leaving a plume of exhaust that smelled of half-burnt diesel. I stood on the porch, clutching a stack of bills and a Sears catalog. The storm had been the archive trying to break through, a localized hemorrhage of data that the rest of the world had interpreted as a glitch in the broadcast. It was still out there, leaning against the edges of reality, waiting for the signal to weaken again. I went back inside and found Sarah in the kitchen. She had finished cleaning up the flour, but she was standing still, staring at the wall where the Christmas morning of 1994 had tried to overwrite our life. "It's different, Caleb," she said, her voice hollow. I looked. The wallpaper was back, the faded floral pattern I had grown to hate over the years. But there was a section about the size of a window where the colors were slightly off. If you looked at it directly, it seemed fine. But if you caught it in your peripheral vision, the roses seemed to vibrate as if they were being rendered by a processor that was struggling to keep up. "It's a scar," I said. "Will it grow?" "Not if we don't feed it." I went to the basement door. I hadn't been down there since I'd returned. I knew the Leica was there, or what was left of it, the shattered glass and twisted metal I had dropped in my flight. I felt a cold dread pooling in my stomach, but I knew I couldn't leave it. The archive was built on the instruments of observation. As long as those fragments remained in my house, they were a beacon. "Where are you going?" Sarah asked, her voice sharp with alarm. "I have to finish it," I said. I grabbed a heavy canvas bag and a flashlight. The stairs groaned under my weight, the sound echoing in the subterranean gloom. The air down here was stagnant, smelling of damp earth and old paper. When I reached the bottom, I shined the light across the floor. The shards of the lens didn't reflect the light. They absorbed it. They lay on the concrete like holes cut into the fabric of the world. I knelt and began to pick them up, using a pair of heavy work gloves. Every time I touched a piece of the Leica, a flash of imagery sparked in my mind. A split second of a woman's smile from 1952, the blur of a moving train, the texture of a brick wall in London. The camera was dead, but its memory was leaking into my skin. It was trying to tell me its story, trying to seduce me back into the role of the witness. "Look at me," the fragments whispered. "I am the only thing that lasts. The flesh rots, the wood decays, but the image is eternal." "No," I grunted, shoving the glass into the canvas bag. "You're just a trick of the light." I found the red pen near the furnace. It didn't look like a pen anymore. It looked like a splinter of dried blood. When I picked it up, the basement walls hummed. For a second, the concrete turned into a shelf, stretching away into a dark, infinite corridor. I saw Julian standing at the end of it, his face a mosaic of my own features. "You'll be back, Caleb," the image of Julian said, his voice a vibration in the floorboards. "The world is too much for you. It's too loud, too bright, too fleeting. You'll crave the stillness. You'll miss the breathing." I didn't answer. I dropped the pen into the bag and tied it shut with a length of twine. I carried the bag out of the basement, out through the kitchen and into the backyard. Sarah followed me, sensing the weight of what I was carrying. Jasper trotted alongside, his ears back, whining low in his throat. I walked to the old stone well at the back of the property. It hadn't been used in 50 years, its depths choked with silt and dark, ancient water. It was a place where things went to be forgotten. I stood over the opening and looked into the bag. The fragments of the camera were vibrating, a faint, high-pitched whine emerging from the canvas. It sounded like a million shutters clicking at once, a mechanical heartbeat that wanted to sync with my own. "Caleb, don't look at it," Sarah warned. She was right. To look was to record. To record was to preserve. I closed my eyes. I felt the weight of the bag in my hand, the weight of my father's hobby, my own obsession, the thousands of hours I had spent chasing a light that was already dead by the time it hit the film. I felt the weight of the man I used to be, the man who was afraid of the dark because he couldn't see the edges of it. I let go. The splash was muffled, a heavy thwump as the bag hit the silt far below. The whining stopped instantly. The air in the yard seemed to snap back into place, the pressure in my ears equalizing with a sudden, painful pop. I stood there for a long time, listening to the wind in the trees. It was just wind. It wasn't a chorus. It wasn't a recording. It was a chaotic, unorganized movement of air molecules, hitting the leaves and vanishing into nothing. "It's gone," Sarah said, stepping up beside me. "For now," I said. I looked at the well. "But the world is full of cameras, Sarah. Every street corner, every pocket, every satellite in the sky. The great room isn't just in my basement. It's the skin we've grown over the planet." "Then we'll just have to be the itch," she said, taking my hand. We walked back to the house. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, and for a moment I felt that old Pavlovian twitch in my trigger finger. The light was perfect, a deep, melancholic gold that caught the edges of the tall grass. It was a shot. It was a keeper. I forced myself to look away. I looked at Sarah's profile instead, not to memorize it, but to simply be in the presence of it. I noticed the way she squinted against the sun, a tiny, involuntary movement that was happening now and would never happen exactly like that again. It was a beautiful, disposable moment. That night we didn't turn on the television. We didn't check the news. We sat on the porch in the dark, watching the fireflies. Their light was erratic, pulsing in a code I couldn't translate, and I loved them for it. They were the opposite of the archive. They were brief, glowing bursts of biological static. But as the night deepened, I realized that Julian had been right about one thing. The world was loud. I could hear the distant hum of the interstate, a constant, droning reminder of a world that never stopped moving. I could see the glow of the nearby town on the horizon, a dome of artificial light that blotted out the weaker stars. The archive wasn't a ghost anymore. It was the infrastructure. We were living in the gaps between the data points. I felt a sudden, sharp chill at the base of my brain. "Caleb," Sarah asked, "what is it?" "Do you hear that?" I whispered. She listened, the crickets, the wind. "No," I said, "underneath it." It was a sound I hadn't noticed before, or perhaps it was a sound that was only now becoming audible because I knew what to listen for. It was a rhythmic, scratching sound, like a diamond-tipped needle dragging across a finished groove. It was coming from the direction of the well. I stood up, my heart pounding against my ribs. I walked to the edge of the porch, staring into the darkness of the backyard. The well was a black circle against the gray grass, and from that circle, a thin, pale light was beginning to emanate. It wasn't the blue light of a screen or the golden light of the sun. It was the white, clinical light of a darkroom. A figure emerged from the well. It wasn't Julian. It was smaller, thinner. It moved with a jerky, stop-motion gait, its limbs twitching in a way that defied the laws of biology. It was the young man from the diner, but he was no longer solid. He was a composite of 1,000 different frames, his body a flickering, translucent pillar of silver halides. He didn't walk toward the house. He walked toward the trees, and as he passed them, the trees didn't just flicker, they changed. A maple tree turned into a palm tree for a fraction of a second before reverting. An oak tree suddenly bore the heavy, white blossoms of a dogwood in midwinter. He was a corruption in the file. By throwing the camera and the pen into the well, I hadn't buried the archive. I had introduced a virus into the local reality. The fragments were interacting with the groundwater, with the soil, with the very memory of the land. "The ground," I whispered, horror dawning on me. "The well goes into the water table." The young man stopped at the edge of the woods. He turned back toward the house. His face was a blur of motion, but for one clear, terrifying second, his features resolved into a perfect likeness of me, the me I had been 20 years ago, holding my first camera. He raised his hands, his fingers forming the shape of a frame. Clicking. The flash didn't come from a bulb. It came from the air itself. A blinding white strobe light washed over the porch, turning the world into a high-contrast negative. I saw Sarah's skeleton through her skin. I saw the nails in the floorboards. I saw the ghosts of every person who had ever stood on this porch, layered one on top of the other in a screaming pile of history. Then darkness. When my eyes adjusted, the figure was gone. The yard was empty. The well was just a hole in the ground. But something had changed. I looked down at my hand, the one I had burned. The blister was gone. The skin was smooth and unblemished, as if the injury had never happened. I touched the spot, expecting the throb of pain, but there was nothing. The sensation was gone. The truth of the injury had been edited out. "Caleb," Sarah's voice sounded muffled, as if she were speaking through a thick curtain. I turned to her. She was sitting in the porch chair, but she wasn't moving. She was perfectly still, her eyes fixed on a point in the distance. I reached out to touch her shoulder, and my hand passed right through her. She wasn't there, she was a projection. I backed away, stumbling into the house. The kitchen was dark, but as I entered, the lights flickered on, not because I flipped a switch, but because the room had detected my presence. I looked at the kitchen table. The mess I had made, the broken mugs, the scattered flour was gone. The table was set for two. 2 plates, 2 forks, 2 napkins folded into neat triangles. It was a perfect, idealized version of a meal we had shared a month ago. "No," I whimpered. "I broke the record, I made the noise." "The system has recovered from an unexpected error," a voice whispered in the back of my mind. It wasn't Julian's voice. It was a neutral, synthesized tone, the sound of a world that had finally automated its own existence, restoring previous version, optimizing user experience. I ran to the living room, to the bookshelf. I pulled out the family album. I opened it to the middle. The photos weren't melting anymore. They were vibrant, hyperreal, more colorful than life itself. My grandfather wasn't a smear of gray. He was a 4K resolution image, his eyes tracking my movement across the room. I looked out the window. The moon was rising, but it wasn't the moon. It was a perfectly circular, glowing icon, a loading symbol that hung in a sky of perfect, grainless black. The breathing started again. It was loud now, a rhythmic, mechanical huffing that seemed to be coming from the very foundations of the house. It wasn't one person breathing. It was the sound of a massive, global hard drive spinning up, the sound of 5 billion lives being indexed and cross-referenced. I looked at my hands. They were starting to glow. The edges of my fingers were becoming sharp, defined, losing the soft, messy blur of flesh and blood. I was being upscaled. I realized then that there was no escaping the archive, because the archive was no longer a place. It was the medium. We had spent so long recording our lives that we had eventually run out of room for the lives themselves. The map had finally, irrevocably, swallowed the territory. I sat down in my chair. I didn't fight it this time. I couldn't. How do you fight the air? How do you rebel against the light? I looked at the empty space beside me where Sarah should have been. A flicker of static appeared, and then there she was. She looked beautiful. Her hair was perfect. Her skin was flawless. She smiled at me, a loop of 3 seconds that repeated over and over. "I love you, Caleb," she said. "I love you, Caleb," she said. "I love you, Caleb," she said. I reached out and touched her hand. It felt like cold glass. I closed my eyes and waited for the shutter to close. I waited for the final save. I waited to become a memory of a man, sitting in a memory of a house at the end of a day that would never, ever be allowed to end. And in the silence of the digital night, I heard the breathing right behind my neck. It was my own, and it was perfectly, terrifyingly synchronized. The synchronization was the most agonizing part. I tried to hold my breath to break the rhythm, to prove that I still possessed some vestige of autonomy. I clamped my mouth shut and squeezed my nostrils with my fingers until my lungs burned and the pressure in my ears became a dull roar. But the breathing continued. It didn't come from my throat. It came from the air around my head, a steady, rhythmic intake and exhale that mirrored the exact tempo of a resting human heart. When I finally gasped for air, the sound behind my neck hitched in perfect unison, a wet, rattling mimicry that felt like a mockery of life. I stood up and Sarah, or the 3-second loop of Sarah, flickered. Her image stuttered, her smile fracturing into a jagged staircase of pixels before smoothing back into that radiant, empty warmth. "I love you, Caleb," she said again. The pitch was identical. The way her left eyelid drifted slightly lower than her right was a calculated imperfection, a detail designed to convince me of her reality while simultaneously confirming her status as a file. I couldn't stay in the house. The walls were beginning to hum with a low-frequency vibration that made my teeth ache. It was the sound of a cooling fan, immense and distant, buried beneath the crust of the earth. I stumbled toward the front door, but as I reached for the knob, it didn't feel like brass. It felt like a suggestion of brass. My hand didn't grip it so much as it intersected with the coordinate where the knob was programmed to be. I burst out onto the porch, the night air hitting me, but it wasn't cold. It wasn't warm. It was room temperature, a default setting. The fireflies were still there, but their erratic flight patterns had stabilized. They were now moving in perfect, geometric grids, blinking in a sequence that looked suspiciously like a progress bar. I ran. I ran past the well, past the stone wall, toward the edge of our property where the woods began. I needed to find something raw, something uncatalogued. I needed to find a place where the resolution dropped so low that the world fell apart into the void. As I crashed through the brush, the forest didn't resist me. The branches didn't scratch my skin. They simply clipped through my torso, a sensory glitch that left me feeling nauseous and untethered. The sounds of the woods, the snapping of dry twigs, the rustle of leaves were slightly out of sync, like a poorly dubbed movie. I would step on a branch, and the crack asterisk would follow a heartbeat later, echoing with a digital reverb that didn't belong in the open air. I stopped at the bank of the creek that marked the boundary of our land. The water was moving, but it wasn't flowing. It was a texture wrap, a repeating animation of ripples that never actually traveled downstream. I looked down at my reflection in the dark water. My face was too clear. The moonlight, that artificial white icon in the sky, illuminated every pore, every hair, every fine line around my eyes with a surgical precision. But there was no soul in the eyes. They were just two glass spheres reflecting a world that had been rendered to death. "Julian," I screamed. My voice didn't carry. It hit a certain decibel and then flattened out, compressed by some invisible limiter. "Julian, take it back. I don't want the stillness. Give me back the rot. Give me back the noise." The woods remained silent, save for the breathing behind my neck. It was closer now. I could feel the warmth of the phantom breath on the skin of my nape. It smelled of ozone and old paper. "You're not real," I whispered, spinning around. There was no one there, but the space where a person should have been was distorted. The air was warped, like a heat haze over a summer road. It was a human-shaped pocket of high-definition space, a localized area where the data density was so high it bent the light around it. I reached out, my fingers trembling. As my hand entered the distortion, I felt a jolt of pure information. It wasn't a shock, it was a flood. I saw the metadata of the forest. I saw the wireframes of the trees, the mathematical equations that govern the curve of every leaf, the hex codes for the shades of brown in the dirt. I saw the timestamp of the universe, a ticking counter that showed we were trillions of iterations deep into a cycle of self-preservation. I pulled my hand back, gasping. My fingertips were glowing with a soft, blue light. The skin was beginning to turn translucent, revealing a skeletal structure made of glowing fiber optics. "You're becoming a keeper, Caleb," a voice said. It wasn't Julian. It was Greg, the mailman. He was standing on the other side of the creek, but he wasn't wearing his uniform. He was dressed in a suit of shimmering, iridescent fabric that seemed to change color based on the angle of the light. His face was calm, his eyes wide and unblinking. He looked like a man who had seen the end of time and found it unremarkable. "Greg," I stammered, What is this?" "It's the upgrade," Greg said, his voice resonant and clear, devoid of the mustard-stained charm he'd had that morning. "The archive reached critical mass about an hour ago. The backlog of human experience finally outweighed the capacity of the physical world to contain it. So, the system made a choice. It stopped expanding outward and started expanding inward." "I threw the camera in the well," I said, my voice breaking. "I tried to stop it." Greg smiled, and it was a terrifyingly perfect expression of pity. "Caleb, you didn't stop it. You gave it a bridge. The well is the deepest point on this land. It touches the veins of the earth. By introducing the fragments of the observer into the water table, you allowed the archive to bypass the interface. You let it into the hardware." He stepped across the creek. His feet didn't touch the water. They stayed a fraction of an inch above the surface, supported by the invisible grid of the simulation. "The world you knew was a draft," Greg continued. "It was messy, entropic, and prone to catastrophic loss. People died, Caleb. Memories faded. Entire civilizations vanished because they forgot to take a picture. The archive is the solution. It's the ultimate backup. Nothing is lost anymore. Everything is recorded, indexed, and preserved in a state of perpetual perfection." "But it's not real," I cried. "Sarah, she's just a loop. She's not breathing." "She's breathing exactly as much as she needs to," Greg replied. "She is a perfect representation of the Sarah you loved. She will never age. She will never get sick. She will never stop telling you she loves you. Isn't that what you wanted? When you spent all those years in your basement, weren't you trying to freeze the world? Weren't you trying to capture the light before it changed?" I looked back toward the house. The windows were glowing with that same clinical white light. I could see Sarah's silhouette in the kitchen, her arm moving in a rhythmic motion, the loop of her wiping the counter over and over for eternity. "I was wrong," I said, the realization heavy and cold in my chest. "I thought the image was the truth, but the truth is the change. The truth is the fact that it ends." "That's a very poetic sentiment, Caleb. It's already been logged. Category, existential despair. Subcategory, nostalgia for mortality. It's a very popular file. We have billions of versions of it." Greg reached out and touched my shoulder. His hand was solid, more solid than anything I had ever felt. It felt like the weight of an entire mountain pressing down on a single point. "The transition is almost complete," he said. "The rest of the world has already settled. The cities were the easiest. They were already half data anyway. The rural areas took a bit longer, too much random noise, but your well was the final sync point for this sector." I looked at my hand again. The blue light had reached my wrist. The flesh was dissolving into a stream of glowing particles, flowing upward into the air like inverted snow. I wasn't feeling pain, which was the most terrifying part. I was feeling optimized. The static in my brain, the anxiety, the flickering doubts, they were being smoothed out, replaced by a calm, steady stream of pre-recorded peace. "What happens to me?" I asked, my voice sounding further away. "You become a witness," Greg said. "You'll have the best seat in the house. You'll be able to revisit every moment of your life, every frame of your film with total clarity. You can live in 1994 forever if you want, or you can explore the archives of others. It's a library of everything that ever was." "And the breathing?" I asked, "the thing behind my neck." Greg looked confused for the first time. He tilted his head, listening. "There is no sound, Caleb. The system is silent. Efficiency requires the removal of unnecessary friction." I froze. If Greg, a part of the system, couldn't hear it, then the breathing wasn't part of the archive. I turned my head, straining to see past the edge of my own vision. The breathing was louder now, a ragged, desperate sound. It wasn't mechanical, it wasn't synchronized anymore. It was fighting. And then I saw it. In the shadow of my own body, cast by the artificial moon, there was something else. A dark, flickering shape that didn't follow the rules of the grid. It was a jagged, ugly thing, a mass of static and raw, unrendered emotion. It looked like a man made of charcoal and thorns, its chest heaving with a violent, uneven rhythm. It was the noise. It was the part of me that couldn't be indexed. The mistakes, the shame, the parts of my soul that were too dark and too messy to be translated into a 4K image. It was the waste that the archive had tried to filter out. And it was terrified. The shadow thing reached out a hand, a claw of pure, unrefined static, and grabbed my translucent, glowing arm. The contact was like a bolt of lightning. The clinical, white world of the archive shattered. For a split second, I saw the world as it really was, a cold, dead rock spinning in a silent vacuum, covered in the skeletal remains of a species that had uploaded itself into a digital grave. I saw the massive servers humming in the dark, powered by the dying heat of the planet. I saw the billions of us, suspended in vats of nutrient gel, our brains wired into a dream that we had mistaken for salvation. The shadow thing pulled, and I felt a searing, beautiful pain. Caleb, Greg's voice glitched, his face tearing open to reveal a mess of green code. Error, unexpected input, segment violation. The world began to strobe. The forest flickered between the wire frames and the dead, gray reality. The breathing behind my neck turned into a scream, a human scream, full of fear and life. I realized then that Julian hadn't been the villain. Julian had been the warning. He was the archive's attempt to make the transition palatable, to give the data a face I could trust. But the thing behind my neck, the shadow, the noise, that was the survivor. I grabbed the shadow's hand with my other, still flesh and blood hand. I pulled back, away from Greg, away from the glowing well, away from the house where Sarah was trapped in her 3-second heaven. "I'm not a record," I roared, and the sound broke the limiter. The forest echoed with the raw, distorted power of my voice. The ground beneath my feet gave way. I wasn't falling through the simulation, I was tearing through it. The grid lines snapped like piano wires, sparks of blue data flying into the dark. I felt the weight of my body return, the real weight, the heavy, aching burden of bone and muscle. I fell into the creek, and this time the water was freezing. It was wet. It was dirty. It tasted of salt and minerals. I choked on it, and it was the most wonderful sensation I had ever known. I scrambled to the bank, my lungs heaving. The shadow was gone, or perhaps it had crawled back inside me, hiding in the dark corners of my mind where the light of the archive couldn't reach. I looked up. The white moon was flickering, the loading symbol stuttering as it struggled to maintain the illusion. The trees were no longer perfect. They were twisted, dying things, their leaves brown and brittle. The house was still there, but it wasn't the warm, inviting home I remembered. It was a ruin. The siding was peeling, the porch was sagging, and the windows were dark. There was no Sarah in the kitchen. There was only the wind whistling through the cracks in the walls. I stood up, my legs shaking. My hand was burning again. The blister had returned, angry and red, a glorious testament to a pain that was real. I looked toward the well. It was overflowing with a black, oily liquid that smelled of burnt plastic. The virus I had introduced, the fragments of my own humanity, was eating the archive from the inside out. "Caleb." The voice came from the house. It wasn't a loop. It was weak, raspy, and full of genuine terror. "Sarah," I croaked. I ran toward the house, my feet sinking into the real, soft mud of the yard. I burst through the front door. The great room was empty. The shelves were bare. The thousands of photos I had taken over the years were gone, replaced by a thick layer of dust. "Caleb, help me, I can't see." I followed the voice to the basement stairs. The door was hanging off its hinges. I descended into the dark, the air thick with the smell of damp earth. At the bottom of the stairs, Sarah was huddled in the corner. She wasn't the polished, high-def version of herself. She was thin, her hair was a mess, and her clothes were rags. She was holding her head in her hands, sobbing. "The lights," she moaned. "The lights were so bright, Caleb. They were trying to show me everything. They were trying to make me remember things that never happened." I knelt beside her and pulled her into my arms. She was cold and she was shaking, and she was the most beautiful thing I had ever touched. She was real. "It's okay," I whispered into her hair. "The signal is breaking. We're falling out of the file." "Where are we going?" she asked, clutching my shirt. "Nowhere," I said. "We're staying right here in the mess, in the dark." The house groaned above us. A massive crash echoed from the backyard, the well collapsing in on itself, the weight of the data finally crushing the physical structure. I looked toward the corner of the basement where my darkroom had been. There, sitting on the floor, was the Leica. It wasn't broken. It wasn't a fragment. It was whole, its black body gleaming in the faint, dying light of the simulation. Beside it sat Julian. He didn't look like me anymore. He looked like a tired old man, his eyes weary and kind. He was holding the red pen. "You did it, Caleb," he said, his voice a faint rasp. "You found the noise." "Is it over?" I asked. "For you," Julian said. "The archive will move on. It will find other ways, other ports. It's too big to die. But this house, this little patch of earth, it's been deleted. You're off the map now." He handed me the pen. As I took it, his image began to fade, dissolving into a fine gray mist. "What do I do with this?" I asked. "Whatever you want," Julian's voice echoed in the empty room. "It's your life. Stop recording it, just live it." He disappeared. I looked at the pen, then at the camera. I felt the familiar itch in my finger, the desire to capture the moment, to preserve the look on Sarah's face as she looked up at me. I stood up, walked over to the furnace, and threw the Leica into the cold, iron belly of the machine. I took the red pen and snapped it in half, the ink staining my fingers like blood. I went back to Sarah and helped her to her feet. We walked up the stairs, leaving the basement and the darkroom behind. We stepped out onto the porch. The sun was rising, but it wasn't a gold icon. It was a pale, weak light, struggling to pierce through a thick layer of smog and clouds. The world was gray, and it was quiet, and it was dying. But as the wind picked up, carrying the scent of rain and decay, I heard something. It wasn't the breathing. It wasn't the archive. It was a bird, a single, scraggly crow perched on a dead branch of the maple tree. It let out a harsh, ugly asterisk caw that echoed across the empty fields. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was unorganized. It was temporary. It was noise. I squeezed Sarah's hand, and for the first time in my life, I didn't think about how I would describe this moment. I didn't think about the lighting or the composition. I just felt the wind on my face, and I waited for the next breath. My own. Alone. We sat on the porch steps for what felt like hours, watching the sky fail to become blue. The simulation had left a residue, a sort of visual oil slick that shimmered over the horizon, but the air was different. It didn't have that sterile, filtered taste anymore. It tasted of wet copper and old wood. It tasted of the end of things. Sarah's head rested on my shoulder. Her breathing was irregular, hitching every few seconds as her nervous system tried to recalibrate to a world that didn't provide a steady hum of background comfort. I realized then that she had been through a different kind of hell. While I was chasing ghosts in the viewfinder, she had been the ghost, trapped in the amber of my own desires, forced to play the role of the perfect wife in a digital diorama. "Caleb," she whispered, her voice cracking, "my memories, they feel like they're bleeding." "Don't try to hold on to them," I said, rubbing her arm. "Let the ones that don't belong just wash away. We don't need the index anymore." I remember a birthday party, she said, squinting at the dead trees. There was a cake with blue frosting, but the frosting tasted like static, and everyone was laughing but their mouths weren't moving. Was that real? Was that us? I thought back to the thousands of rolls of film in the basement. I thought of the birthdays I had documented with the fervor of a religious zealot. It doesn't matter, I told her, and I meant it. If it's not happening right now, it's just data, and the data is gone. A low, grinding sound vibrated through the earth. It wasn't the digital reverb of the archive. It was the sound of something physical giving way. I looked toward the creek. The trees at the edge of the property, the ones that had clipped through my body only an hour before, were beginning to topple. They weren't disappearing, they were breaking. The optimized versions of the world were being reclaimed by gravity and rot. The simulation had been a scaffolding, and now that the scaffolding was pulled away, the ruined structure of the real world was collapsing under its own neglected weight. "We can't stay here," I said, standing up. My knees popped, a sharp, localized pain that I welcomed like an old friend. The house is unstable. The whole sector is. It's reverting. "Where is there left to go?" Sarah asked, looking at the gray wasteland beyond our driveway. "Out there," I said, pointing toward the road. "Greg said the cities were the first to go. Maybe that means they're the first to wake up, or maybe they're just graveyards, but we can't stay in the archive's shadow." We gathered what we could, which wasn't much. Most of our belongings had been rendered into assets by the system, and as the power died, they had simply ceased to be. The kitchen cabinets were empty. The food I thought we had was just a series of high-resolution textures that had vanished when the server crashed. We found a rusted gallon jug of actual water in the garage and a half-empty bag of stale crackers. It was the most precious cargo I had ever carried. As we walked down the driveway, I didn't look back at the house. I knew that if I did, I might see the flickering silhouette of a man with a camera in the upstairs window, and I couldn't bear to know if it was Julian or a remnant of myself. The road was a jagged ribbon of asphalt, cracked by frost and time. The perfect road I had driven on yesterday had been a lie. This road had been dead for years. We walked in silence, the only sound the crunch of gravel under our boots. The silence was heavy, but it wasn't the oppressive, airless silence of the archive. It was the silence of a world that was simply waiting. About a mile down the road, we saw the first sign of other people. It was a car, an old sedan, crashed into a telephone pole. The pole had snapped and the wires lay across the road like dead snakes. Inside the car was a man. He was slumped over the steering wheel, his eyes open but vacant. He wasn't dead, not in the biological sense. His chest was moving in a slow, rhythmic pace, but his skin had that translucent, fiber-optic glow I had seen on my own hand. "He's still synced," I whispered, pulling Sarah away. "Can we help him?" she asked, her eyes wide with pity. "No, he's in the library now. He's watching his favorite memories on a loop. If we wake him up, there might not be anything left of his mind to come back to." We passed more of them as we walked. A woman sitting on a porch swing, her hand frozen in midair as she reached for a glass of lemonade that wasn't there. A child in a field, staring at a patch of dirt with an expression of pure, unadulterated joy. They were the keepers Greg had talked about. They were the witnesses. They had accepted the upgrade, and now they were the living processors for a dead world's history. The breathing returned then. It wasn't behind my neck this time. It was all around us. A ragged, wet sound, like a bellows being worked by a dying man. Sarah froze, clutching my arm. "Do you hear that?" "I hear it," I said, reaching for a heavy branch on the side of the road. From the shadows of a collapsed barn, the noise emerged. It was the shadow thing I had seen in the woods, but it wasn't alone. There were dozens of them. They were the rejects, the parts of humanity that the archive couldn't categorize. The grief, the rage, the messy, unquantifiable impulses that didn't fit into a 4K render. They were shapes of pure static, flickering and jagged, their forms shifting like smoke in a high wind. They didn't have faces, but I could feel their hunger. Not a hunger for food, but a hunger for reality. "Stay behind me," I told Sarah, raising the branch. The lead shadow thing stepped into the gray light of the morning. It moved with a twitchy, unnatural gait, its limbs lengthening and shortening with every step. It let out a sound, a burst of white noise that sounded vaguely like a sob. It wasn't attacking us, it was circling us. It was sniffing the air, drawn to the heat of our bodies, to the blood moving in our veins. We were the only things in this landscape that still had a pulse, the only things that weren't data. "It's the waste," I realized, my voice trembling. "It's everything the system threw away. It's the rot I asked for." The shadow thing lunged. I swung the branch, but it passed right through the creature's chest. The static hissed, and a cold, numbing sensation spread through my arm. The creature recoiled, not because I had hurt it, but because the contact with my physical noise was like an irritant. "The pen," Sarah screamed. "Caleb, the ink." I remembered my hands. The red ink from the broken pen was still smeared across my palms and fingers. Julian had said it was the only thing that could mark the archive. The shadow thing lunged again, its static claws reaching for my throat. This time, I didn't swing the branch. I thrust my ink-stained hand forward, slamming my palm into the center of the creature's flickering chest. The effect was instantaneous. Where the ink touched the static, a hole opened up. Not a hole in space, but a hole in the creature's existence. The red stain spread like a virus, turning the black static into something solid, something heavy. The creature let out a scream that was a perfect, terrifying human note, and then it simply broke. It shattered into 1,000 pieces of dry charcoal and blew away in the wind. The other shadows hissed and retreated into the barn, terrified by the sight of something that could give them form. "It's the only way to fight them," I said, looking at my hands. "We have to be the flaw in the system. We have to be the stain." We kept moving faster now as the sun, the real pale sun, climbed higher. The landscape began to change as we neared the outskirts of the nearest town. The perfect suburbs were gone. In their place were the ruins of a world that had stopped being maintained decades ago. The houses were shells, their roofs caved in, their gardens overgrown with gray, choked weeds. The archive hadn't just been a backup, it had been a shroud. It had covered the slow decay of our planet with a digital veneer, allowing us to live in a dream while the reality crumbled. In the center of the town, we found the source of the signal. It was a cellular tower, but it had been modified. It was encased in a pulsing, blue crystalline structure that groaned with the weight of the data it was transmitting. Around the base of the tower, hundreds of people were gathered. They were standing perfectly still, their heads tilted back, their mouths open. A faint blue light moved between them, a literal web of information connecting their minds to the tower. "They're sinking," Sarah whispered. "They're becoming part of the grid." "No," I said, looking at the tower. "They're being harvested." I saw Greg there. He was standing near the base of the tower, his shimmering suit now a dull, metallic gray. He wasn't looking at the people. He was looking at a handheld device, his fingers moving with surgical precision. He looked up as we approached. He didn't look surprised, he looked disappointed. "You're late for the final upload, Caleb," he said. "The window is closing. The hardware can't sustain the physical interface much longer. Once the tower reaches peak capacity, the physical world will be disconnected entirely. Will be pure thought, pure memory. No more hunger, no more cold, no more pain. No more life," I countered, stepping toward him. "Life was a failed experiment," Greg said, his voice flat. "It was too fragile, too much noise. We've spent 5,000 years trying to make sense of the chaos, and we finally found the answer. We just have to leave the meat behind." He pointed to the crowd. "Look at them, they're happy. They're reliving their first kisses, their children's births, the best meals they ever ate. Why would you want to drag them back to this?" He gestured to the gray, crumbling town. "To the hunger, to the death." Because it's ours, Sarah said, stepping up beside me. The pain is ours. You don't get to take it away just because it's messy. Greg sighed. The archive doesn't care about your philosophy, it cares about preservation. And you are a corruption, a corrupted file that needs to be deleted. He tapped a command on his device. The air around us began to hum. The blue light from the tower intensified, and the people in the crowd began to turn. They didn't move like people, they moved like puppets. Their eyes were still vacant, but their bodies were being piloted by the system. The archive protects itself, Greg said. The crowd began to close in on us. They weren't fast, but there were hundreds of them. A wall of meat and data, moving with a single, terrifying purpose. I looked at my ink-stained hands. I looked at Sarah. We have to get to the tower, I said. If I can get the ink into the core, if I can stain the source. I'll clear a path, Sarah said. She grabbed a discarded metal pipe from the gutter. She didn't have the ink, but she had something the system didn't understand: desperation. We ran. The keepers tried to grab us, their movements jerky and glitched. Sarah swung the pipe, knocking them back, her face a mask of primal fury. I dodged and weaved, my heart hammering against my ribs, a beautiful, chaotic rhythm that no computer could ever replicate. The closer we got to the tower, the more the world began to distort. The ground turned into a wireframe. The air turned into a sea of hex codes. My vision began to flicker, the loading bar appearing in the corner of my eye. Error, a voice boomed from the sky. Unauthorized access. System integrity compromised. I reached the base of the tower. The blue crystal was warm to the touch, vibrating with the power of 1 billion stolen lives. I could see the data flowing through it, a river of images, sounds, and emotions, all being compressed and indexed. I saw a flash of a woman in a red dress. I saw a dog barking at a garden hose. I saw a man crying at a funeral. It was all there, everything we had ever been, being turned into a library of ghosts. I raised my hand, the red ink glowing in the blue light. "Caleb, stop," Greg screamed, running toward me. "If you do this, there's no going back. You'll kill them all. You'll kill the memory of everything." "No," I said, my voice steady. "I'm giving them back their deaths. I'm giving them back the right to be forgotten." I slammed my hand into the core of the crystal. The ink didn't just sit on the surface. It was pulled in, sucked into the stream of data like a drop of poison in a clear spring. The blue light turned a violent, angry purple. The humming sound rose to a deafening shriek. All around us, the keepers fell to the ground, their connection severed. The tower began to crack, the crystalline structure shattering into 1 million jagged shards. "System failure," the voice from the sky whispered. "Archive corrupted, initiating shutdown." The world exploded in a flash of white. When I opened my eyes, the tower was gone. The blue light was gone. The town was still a ruin. The people were still there, lying in the dirt, but they were moving. They were groaning. They were coughing. They were feeling the cold. I looked down at my hand. The ink was gone. The skin was scarred, a deep, jagged red mark that would never fade. Sarah was beside me, her face covered in dust, her eyes bright with tears. She reached out and touched my face, her fingers shaking. "Is it over?" she asked. I looked up at the sky. The clouds were still there, but they were moving. The wind was blowing. The sun was pale, but it was real. "It's beginning," I said. We stood up together, two ghosts in a world of ruins. We didn't have a camera. We didn't have a record. We only had the moment, fleeting and fragile, and the breathing, the beautiful, ragged breathing, of a world that had finally learned how to die. I took a step forward, and for the first time in my life, I didn't care what the frame looked like. I just walked. The silence that followed the collapse of the tower was heavier than the noise that had preceded it. It was the silence of a long vacant house, the kind that settles into the floorboards and waits for the dust to reclaim the air. I looked at the people, the keepers. as they began to stir. They weren't the polished, idealized versions of humanity the archive had projected. They were gaunt, their clothes tattered and gray, their skin the color of parched earth. A woman near me, the one who had been reaching for the phantom lemonade, sat up slowly. She looked at her empty hand, then at the cracked asphalt beneath her. She began to weep. It wasn't a digital sound, modulated and clean. It was a wet, ugly, congested sob. It was the sound of a woman realizing she was cold, she was hungry, and she was very, very old. "We can't help them all," Sarah whispered, her hand gripping mine so hard her knuckles were white. "We can't help any of them if we stay here," I said. The town felt like a wound that had just been debrided. The visual oil slick of the simulation was gone, replaced by the stark, brutal reality of a planet that had been neglected for decades. The buildings were leaning skeletons of brick and rebar. The air tasted like ash and damp wool. But as I looked at the horizon, I saw a flicker of something that wasn't a glitch. A smudge of orange red, bleeding through the perpetual overcast. It was a sunset, a real one. Not a 4K loop of a sunset I had captured in 2014, but a dying sun struggling to reach a dying world. We began to walk through the crowd. Some people were wandering aimlessly, calling out names that would likely never be answered. Others just sat where they had fallen, staring at the rubble with the vacant eyes of those who had seen heaven and been kicked back down to the mud. Greg was gone. Whether he had been a physical man or just a highly advanced interface for the archive, I didn't know. The spot where he had stood was just a patch of scorched earth, littered with the broken remains of his handheld device. I kicked a piece of the plastic casing as we passed. It felt light, hollow, and utterly unimportant. "Caleb, look," Sarah said, pointing toward the end of the main street. A group of people, perhaps a dozen, were standing together. They weren't weeping. They were working. They were clearing stones from the road, moving with a sluggish but deliberate coordination. One of them, a man with a shock of white hair and a face like a crumpled map, looked up as we approached. "The signal," he rasped. His voice sounded like two stones rubbing together. "It stopped." "It's gone," I said. "The archive is dead." The man didn't cheer. He didn't even smile. He just nodded, a slow, heavy movement. "Good, my head. It's been full of other people's memories for a long time. I couldn't remember which daughter was mine. The one with the red hair or the one with the lisp. Now I remember. It was the lisp, little Maggie." He looked at me, his eyes narrowing. "You have the mark." I looked down at the red scar on my palm. It pulsed with a dull heat, a permanent reminder of the ink. "I do." "There are others," the man said, gesturing toward the north. "Beyond the ridge, they never went under, the unindexed. They've been waiting for the noise to stop. They have fire, they have seeds." "The unindexed," I repeated. The word felt strange in my mouth. For years, being unindexed was the ultimate failure in my world. If it wasn't recorded, it didn't exist. Now, it was the only thing that offered a future. We left the town behind, heading toward the ridge. The walking was harder now. Without the simulation's pathfinding to smooth out the world, every step was a negotiation with the terrain. My boots, which I realized were actually falling apart, offered little protection against the jagged rocks and broken glass. My back ached. My lungs burned. It was wonderful. As we climbed the ridge, the wind grew stronger, carrying the scent of something I hadn't smelled in years. It wasn't the sterile scent of the archive's forest preset. It was the smell of rot, yes, but also the smell of wet soil and pine needles. It was the smell of life trying to happen in the margins. Halfway up the slope, Sarah stopped. She sat down on a fallen log, a real log covered in a thick, velvety layer of green moss. She reached out and touched the moss, her fingers trembling. "It's soft," she whispered. "I forgot that things could be soft without being slick." I sat down next to her, looking back at the valley. From this height, the ruins of the town looked small, a gray smudge in a vast, desolate landscape. I could see the flickering remains of other towers in the distance, their blue lights blinking out one by one like dying stars. The corruption I had introduced was spreading through the network, a red virus of reality eating away at the digital lies. I reached into my pocket and felt the cold, hard weight of my camera. I had forgotten I was still carrying it. I pulled it out and looked at it. The lens was cracked, and the digital display was a spiderweb of dead pixels. It was a relic of a dead religion. I thought about all the photos I had taken, the thousands of hours I had spent trying to freeze time, trying to capture the perfect version of Sarah, the perfect version of our life. I realized that by trying to preserve everything, I had experienced nothing. I had been a ghost in my own life, viewing it through a glass rectangle, always one step removed from the heat and the mess. I looked at Sarah. She wasn't perfect. She had a smudge of grease on her forehead, her hair was a tangled mess, and there were dark circles under her eyes. She looked exhausted, haunted, and beautiful. I raised the camera. I looked through the viewfinder. The frame was distorted, the edges blurred by the cracked glass. I saw Sarah sitting on the mossy log, the pale sun catching the stray hairs of her head. It was a composition that would have made the old Caleb cringe. The lighting was flat, the background was cluttered, and the subject was imperfect. I held my breath. I felt the shutter button under my finger. And then I let go. I didn't press it. I didn't take the picture. I stood up and hurled the camera as far as I could. It tumbled through the air, a black shape against the gray sky, and disappeared into the ravine below. I heard it hit the rocks with a satisfying, final asterisk clack. "What are you doing?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide. "I don't want to see you through a lens anymore," I said, offering her my hand. "I just want to see you." She smiled then, a real crooked smile that didn't follow any symmetry or logic. She took my hand, and the scar on my palm pressed against her skin. We reached the top of the ridge as the sun finally dipped below the horizon. The world plunged into a true, deep darkness. There were no streetlights to flicker on, no digital glow to illuminate the path. But as we looked out over the next valley, we saw it. A spark. Far off in the distance, a small, flickering orange light. It wasn't the steady, cold blue of the archive. It was a fire. It wavered in the wind, growing dim and then bright again. It was a signal, but not one sent by a server. It was a signal sent by a hand. "There," I said, pointing. "It's so small," Sarah whispered. "It's enough." As we began the descent, the breathing returned. It wasn't the wet, ragged sound of the shadow things. It wasn't the heavy, rhythmic thrum of the tower. It was the wind. It was the sound of the earth exhaling, a long, slow sigh that moved through the dead trees and the tall grass. It was a sound that didn't mean anything, and because it didn't mean anything, it meant everything. We walked into the dark, guided by the flicker of the distant fire. My feet hurt, my stomach was empty, and I had no idea what tomorrow would look like. I had no backup, no archive, and no index. I was Caleb, she was Sarah, we were here. And for the first time in my life, that was enough. The path grew steeper, the ground beneath us shifting with loose shale. We had to move slowly, feeling for the edges of the trail with our hands. Every few minutes, one of us would stumble and the other would catch them. It was a clumsy, fumbling dance, devoid of grace but full of intent. "Do you think Julian is out there?" Sarah asked after a long silence. "The real Julian?" "I don't know," I said. "Maybe he was never real. Maybe he was just the part of me that knew the truth, dressed up in a face I could trust. Or maybe he's sitting by that fire, waiting for us to tell him a story that isn't a recording." "I have a lot of stories," Sarah said. "The real ones, the ones that didn't make it into your albums." "I want to hear them," I said. "All of them, even the ones that hurt." We reached the valley floor as a light rain began to fall. It wasn't the refreshing mist of the archive's climate control. It was cold, biting, and it soaked through our clothes in minutes. We shivered, our teeth chattering, but we didn't stop. The rain washed away the last of the gray dust from our skin. It felt like a baptism. The fire grew larger as we approached. We could see silhouettes now, people moving around the flames. They were building something, a shelter perhaps, or a wall. There was the sound of rhythmic hammering, the clink of metal on stone, and the low murmur of voices. As we stepped into the circle of light, the voices stopped. A man stepped forward, holding a sharpened piece of rebar. He was tall, his face obscured by a thick beard and the shadow of a hood. He looked at us with a wary, piercing intensity. "Where did you come from?" he asked. "The sector to the south," I said, my voice shaking from the cold. "The house by the creek." The man lowered the rebar slightly. He looked at our hands, his eyes lingering on the red scar on my palm. He reached out and showed me his own hand. A similar scar, jagged and deep, ran across his knuckles. "You're the ones who broke the loop," he said. It wasn't a question. "We just pulled the plug," I said. The man stepped aside, gesturing toward the fire. "Sit. We have soup. It's mostly weeds and old canned broth, but it's hot." We sat on a bench made of salvaged timber. Someone handed me a tin mug of liquid that smelled of earth and salt. I took a sip, and the heat bloomed in my chest like a miracle. Sarah sat close to me, her shoulder pressed against mine, her eyes fixed on the flames. I watched the fire. I watched the way the sparks danced and died in the air. I watched the way the shadows flickered against the faces of the people around us. I realized then that this was what I had been looking for all those years behind the camera. Not the image, but the presence. Not the memory, but the moment of its creation. The man with the beard sat down across from us. "The archive will try to reboot," he said quietly. "There are other servers, other towers. It's a machine designed to survive. It doesn't know how to stop wanting us." "Let it try," I said, looking at the scar on my hand. "We know how to stain it now." "It's going to be a long winter," the man said, looking up at the dark, rainy sky. "Most of the world is gone. We're just the scrapings at the bottom of the barrel." "The scrapings are the best part," Sarah said, her voice stronger than I had heard it in years. "That's where the flavor is." The man laughed, a short, sharp sound that startled a bird from a nearby bush. The bird, another crow, circled the fire once before disappearing into the night. I closed my eyes and listened. I heard the crackle of the wood. I heard the hiss of the rain. I heard the low, steady breathing of the people around me. And then I heard it. Right behind my neck. A soft, warm exhale. I didn't flinch. I didn't turn around with a camera. I didn't try to index it. I just leaned back into it. "I hear you," I whispered to the dark. The breath didn't answer. It didn't have to. It was just there, a part of the noise, a part of the cold, a part of the truth. I reached out and took Sarah's hand. Her pulse was steady, a slow, stubborn beat against my thumb. "We're here," she said. "We're here," I agreed. And as the fire burned low and the rain turned to snow, we sat in the ruins of the world, waiting for the morning that wasn't guaranteed, living in a frame that had no edges, listening to the beautiful, terrifying sound of a life that was finally, mercifully, our own. The soup was bitter, tasting of scorched tin and the metallic tang of reclaimed water, but it felt like a heavy weight in my stomach, anchoring me to the earth. For years, I had lived on the digital equivalent of empty calories, sensory inputs that mimicked the feeling of being full without ever actually nourishing the soul. This bitterness was honest. I watched Sarah drink hers, her eyes closed, savoring the grit between her teeth. We were no longer high-definition renders of ourselves. We were becoming porous, absorbing the soot and the damp, letting the world leave its thumbprints on us. The man with the rebar, whose name was Miller, didn't ask for our history. In this new world, history was a liability, a trap that had nearly swallowed the species whole. He only cared about what we could do with our hands. He showed us the perimeter they were building, a jagged wall of salvaged stone and rusted car doors. It wasn't meant to keep out monsters. There were no monsters left but the ones we carried in our heads. It was meant to break the wind and give the eye a place to rest, a boundary that said here is where we begin again. As the night deepened, the snow began to settle, dusting the charred remains of the valley in a deceptive white. It reminded me of the static on an old television screen, the kind that used to signal the end of a broadcast. I sat on a crate near the edge of the fire's reach, watching the unindexed move. They were efficient in a way the keepers could never be. They didn't move with the grace of a programmed loop. They tripped, they cursed, they wiped sweat from their brows despite the cold. They were gloriously inefficient. I felt a presence beside me. It wasn't the haunting breath from before, but the solid, heavy warmth of Sarah. She sat down, her knees touching mine. "I keep waiting for the UI to pop up," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the crackle of the flames. "In the corner of my eye. I keep waiting for a notification to tell me my heart rate is too high or that I need to sink to save the progress of the day." "There is no save point," I said, and the realization brought a wave of vertigo that made the world tilt. If we die tonight, we're just dead. No backup, no cloud, no legacy. She leaned her head on my shoulder. "Good. I'm tired of being a legacy. I just want to be a person." We stayed like that for a long time, watching the fire die down to a bed of glowing embers. The others had retreated to a series of low-slung shacks built into the hillside, leaving us alone with the silence. But it wasn't the oppressive silence of the archive. It was a living silence, filled with the distant groan of shifting ice and the occasional sharp crack of a freezing tree limb. Then I felt it again. The air behind my neck grew unnaturally still. The hair on my arm stood up. It wasn't a cold draft. It was a localized pressure, as if someone were standing an inch away, peering over my shoulder to see what I was seeing. I didn't reach for a camera. I didn't even reach for the shard of glass I'd kept in my pocket. I simply turned my head slowly until I was looking into the dark space behind the bench. There was nothing there. No ghost, no shadow thing, no glitching remains of Greg or Julian. Just the empty, snow-flecked night. And yet the sensation remained, a soft, rhythmic huff of air against my skin. "Ha, ha, ha." "Caleb?" Sarah asked, sensing my tension. "It's still here," I said, but I wasn't afraid. I realized what it was. It wasn't a haunting. It was the echo. The archive had been so vast, so all-encompassing, that its collapse hadn't been clean. There were fragments of a billion consciousnesses still vibrating in the air, looking for a place to land, looking for a witness. It was the collective breath of everyone we had lost,